Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday or Sunday if you're in the future, where
Mhm,
it's
mhm.
it's our good friend Mark reads. I practiced with this thing well,
Uh,
not all
uh,
morning. I practiced with it for like 30 seconds.
okay, okay.
There we go.
There you go, there you go, there you go.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you. When I wake up, I'll thank you properly, but at the moment, I'm just so tired. But
I,
thank
I'm,
you,
just,
that's
I'm, yeah.
awesome. Yeah, I think I think that I was sort of mentioning to somebody when you've got to start adding up like the date of your birth and the current year and have to do math to work out how old you're old at that point, like
Well,
that's the point where you're like, yeah,
I had to do that at 21. I was like, what year is it? Hold on.
yeah, yeah. That,
Yeah,
but
no.
I I I lost track ages ago, so yeah, I had to recalculate and find out. But yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. It's, there's so many holidays in a year. We only get our
Yeah.
own personal holiday once. It needs celebrating. And
Mm.
you know what? Do I still have a banner thing? Well, of course I still have banner things. Balloons. No, I don't have the balloons anymore.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Look, at a certain point, birthdays become, yeah, just another number kind of thing. It's fine. I appreciate it, but I'm not too invested, to be honest with you.
I know. It's rough. For a long
Mm.
time I was the only reason I make a big deal out of my own birthday by doing like special stuff for it is because I spent so many years where it just it it felt like to me if nobody else cared, I shouldn't either. And so I just did my best to not be sad on my birthday. And
Right,
I'm like,
right.
you know what? Fuck that. I'm having a fucking birthday.
Well, I mean, I think that however you want to celebrate your birthday is valid. I'm just gonna catch up with just go to dinner with the wife and just enjoy a leisurely birthday. I wish I could have slept in, but no, I can't. That's fine. I'm here for it. I'm really interested in seeing the second half of this debate because the first half was just fantastic. Like it was one of the best performances we've seen against Kent ever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
new
no, really good.
stuff.
Well, what was so fascinating was that for once he actually agreed to debate his own worldview, which I
Yeah.
have never seen for years and years.
In
Yeah,
all
I've
my
seen.
years.
Well, I've seen him do like obviously Noah's Ark debates, but he kind of doesn't even do that anymore.
Hmm.
Or geologic column. He doesn't do that anymore. He really now just does evolution and will only do evolution. He won't do anything else whatsoever. And I mean, I called in on Donnie's the other day, and it really was just the same old sort of, oh, well, this has got a problem with this part, and this has got a problem with this part. And it's like, yeah, but you're not actually advocating for anything about your own. You're just trying to find things in the theory that we don't know. That's all. Like you're not actually proving a god at all. So it's kind of very,
Hmm.
very strange. And yeah, I mean, some of the things that I heard, I got told that, like currently scientists are moving away from abiogenesis as an explanation for the origin of life. And it's like, no, where did you get this information? Yeah, oh, they're moving towards panspermia. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, they're really not. Like, I don't know where, they've just all listened to one another basically, and
Yeah.
misrepresent the same stuff. And yeah, yeah,
You're probably
yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like an Eric Hovind thing. Like, oh, they found
Mm,
DNA on asteroids. That means panspermia or something. They
right,
think we
right.
came. Kent says we came from rocks, even though he believes we came from dirt. So Eric naturally would believe we came from space rocks because those
Right.
two have to constantly one up each other. It's pretty fun.
Mhm, mhm.
Oh well. But speaking of, we do have our happy little debate. I did not have a chance to go through the Q&A at the end and weed out good and bad
That's
questions, so
alright. That's
we'll
okay.
we'll get to what we get to.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
yeah, it's neat. But as far as the main debate itself, we're at about the halfway point. As per always, folks, if you are just joining us and have not seen part 1, Mark and I take turns. So part 1 is over on Mark's channel. If I'm not entirely silly, I've already linked to it in the description, but there's definitely a link to Mark's channel in the description. So either way, you should be able to find it if you want to. But do that later, because being in a live chat is a lot more fun. All right, so this is Erik from Planet Peterson. Relatively new debate person, came over to YouTube from TikTok. Already got a much bigger following than the two of us put together because he's good at this shit, and it's really fun to watch. All right, once I find where I put the window, I've been doing too many things today. All right, here we go.
You go birds, reptiles, amphibians, whatever, all the way down to the plants. So.
Okay. You avoided my question. Where is the evidence?
No, I did not. It's in the genetics.
Okay. Your grandparents produced humans.
Yep.
Those produced more humans.
Yep.
So I think if you trace your family tree back, you'd find they're all humans.
So we are picking up midway here, but Kent has repeated this at least 15 times so far in this debate.
Yep.
It frustrates me because categories come up a lot, as you can imagine, being the type of person I am. Yeah. People forget that we describe categories. We decide what they are. They don't exist objectively. So at what point does the line of evolution, where do you draw the line and say from here on is human and before is not human?
Right.
It's completely arbitrary.
Yep. And that process of separating them is called demarcation. It's where you put the boundary between one thing and another. But the problem with it's like, where do you put the boundary between people speaking Latin and people speaking French, or people speaking Italian, or people speaking one of the other romantic languages? So there's got to be a boundary somewhere where you say, okay, well, they no longer speak Latin and they now speak French. But it's not as easy as that. It's not saying, hey, this Latin speaker just gave birth to a French speaking baby. That isn't what happened. And that's not what happens in evolution. When it's a constant line that's a slow spectrum, depending on our criteria of what makes a human, we could kind of put that boundary at very, very wide range of points. They think that the way that we're showing it on that graph behind Kent is the way that it happened, like a mollusk gave birth to a fish, basically. And it's like, no.
My favorite thing about that chart. Okay, real quick, before I tangent too badly, Sinister, the mad computer scientist, sends $5.12. If there's a joke there, I'm sorry, I don't get it. And says, I don't find it all annoying when Kent pretends to be a competent but condescending teacher. Well, I suspect sarcasm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and 512 is a sort of significant number in sort of binary kind of thing. You do have, 64, 128, 256, 512. So it is one of those numbers. I don't know if that's the reference, but...
Well, so depending on how one is viewing YouTube, you can sometimes enter in an exact value for your super chat. Being that it's Sinister, picking if it were like just a flat out $2 or $5 whatever, then it would just be that. But when Sinister picks a specific number, there's a point. I just sometimes I don't get it. And it seems you are correct. And Pinworm sends $2. Thank you so much, and says, Saturday night. I don't know that song. I'm sorry. I'm bad at my job. I'm assuming it's a song.
Saturday night. Do, 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 do. Is that the one he's talking about? Is that the one?
It could be. It could be. I don't know. I'm a silly bean. Well, I tangented myself completely out of that tangent. I cannot remember what I was going to say before, but that's probably for the best.
No. Okay, no, completely wrong. Completely wrong, and I don't know music. Thank you. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you, Pinwin. Let me know.
Oh, goodness. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. You know what? I'm not going to do the whole recap again. I saw a bunch of people came in. I appreciate you're here, but we started like 2 minutes ago, so it's fine. You know what's going on. You've been to these debate reviews before, but if you haven't, make sure to hit the subscribe button and then go subscribe over at Mark's because we take turns with these debate reviews.
Yeah, and
right.
if you do want to see part 1, that's over on my channel. But you know, we'll pick up from here. Let you know, go and check it out afterwards. We love having you in chat. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's let them get a little further. Maybe.
This family tree that you want us to pay to teach to the kids in school shows an amoeba upside down. No, an amoeba turning into everything today. And you're saying we see evidence because they have similar code. The question is, just take step 1. I did not see your great-grandparents produce your grandparents, but I'd be willing to bet they were all human. Where is the evidence for an amoeba producing anything other than an amoeba? They make baby amoebas all the time. They had an experiment where they take bacteria, 8-hour generation.
Actually, that's not how amoebas work. I realize that he's like just straw manning the argument, but
Oh yeah.
Amoebas reproduce by mitosis. They don't get pregnant and then give birth or lay amoeba eggs or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about, Kent? Science, 15 years. Okay. I know my impression is awful, but you know.
Time. They get born, grow up, get married, have babies in 8 hours. And they've done that ongoing experiment for about 100 years now. And they get tens of thousands, maybe millions of generations of bacteria, and they never change to anything but a bacteria.
But they do change.
But they change species, though, Kent. This is how simplistic this dude is. He's like, a bacteria is just a bacteria, but a dog and a wolf are separate.
Yes.
The fuck, Kent? If you're gonna be consistent, be like, none of you animals turn into non-animals. I don't know. I honestly, I do have to admit, I'm glad they all have name tags because I have trouble telling these mammals apart. They're all just mammals to me.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's 100% fair. And sort of the whole idea that we're supposed to, in sort of, you know, the 100 years, see changes which we think took, you know, 1 billion years to occur. I don't know why we'd expect to see that. It's sort of like them pointing out, oh, but 200,000 years, we haven't seen that much change. It's like, we're talking about billions of years, not, you know, not even 1 million years. You do realize that sort of, you know, a couple of billion years is a lot more than 200,000. Are you aware of that? I don't know if you've done the math.
I don't know if he is. Because, you know, according to him, it goes 1, 2, skip a few, 6,000, and that's the highest number possible. That's it. There is no number higher. That's it. Ay.
Do you want me to believe on your Planet Peterson that a bacteria or an amoeba could, over slow steps, because we can't see them? I think we can see all through human history. Humans make baby humans. Your grandparents were human.
Good point, Wayne.
Now, I asked you, where is the evidence of just a single step, the first step of the amoeba becoming non-amoeba?
Right.
Where's
I've answered that. It's in the genetics, but I'll do a better job of answering the question because you don't like my answer. The problem is it's so incredibly hard to address this without asking a
I love that. I really do. Sort of. So he did answer the question. You just didn't accept the answer. But I like the way he's sort of saying, hey, it may be that I'm not explaining it properly because you don't seem to be getting it, kind of thing. So he kind of, it's sort of a very non-threatening way to say, hey, I've already explained this. Let me try again. But the thing is that Kent Hovind doesn't want the answer. He doesn't want any answer. And this is something I've noticed with creationists, with Donnie, with all of these people. They don't want the answer that you give, right? They will ask questions. What did I get the other day? It was sort of, if cells need these mechanisms to repair DNA, and they need that to replicate DNA, then how did cells and those mechanisms develop at the same time? Right? And my answer was, well, if you're going back in time, the cell would be a lot more. I said primitive, I meant correct. I said basal before. Like,
Sure.
You're assuming it's the same as a modern cell, right? You're assuming it's the same as a cell that is fully developed today, instead of the more primitive cells back then, or basal cells back billions of years ago. And he's sort of like, oh, don't talk to me about a proto cell that you've never seen. It's like, what what are you talking about? Like, you're basically taking the answer and saying, well, I don't want that answer. I want something else. And it's like, how are you supposed to, like, I don't understand why you would sort of ask for something and then reject the answer that I've got to give.
Yeah, like if you have a particular answer in mind, then you answer it.
Well, they want to say, well, they don't have an answer. They can't explain this kind of thing. And when you come up with a perfectly plausible reason, they're like, well, we want 100% solid evidence for it. And it's like, well, no, we've got, sort of things getting more basal as we go backwards in time, but they don't believe that either. So it becomes this thing about, I hear your answer and I'm going to hand wave it away. I'm not interested. They're not interested in the answer. So I like the framing that he's done, because it really shows, I've already given the answer without being that aggressive about it. Because at this point, we both debated Kent, right? You've debated Kent in the past?
No, actually.
Okay.
I was fixing to, right when all the nonsense blew up and the whole community collectively decided never to give this man direct attention again.
Yes.
He don't feed him oxygen. All the arguments have been done. I'm like, but what if I have a new argument? And they're like, no, everything's been done. So I'm like, whatever.
Well,
But
I mean, I don't have a problem
how we
with
ended
it.
up.
I make decisions for myself. I don't hold it against anybody for debating here. It's totally fine. It's just I personally think that he's just the most tired apologist, as far as arguments is concerned. Like, just awful. But at a certain point when debating them, you will feel like just saying, look, I've explained this like 5 times already, and you are not listening. Like, at a certain point, it's not my fault that you can't understand this, because he doesn't want to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't want to. He's motivated not to, but also he's not honest enough to accept it. And this is one area, a thing that we've heard many lawyers say, probably Mr. Anderson has said it at least at one point with his debate tips. Lawyers don't ask questions they don't already know the answer to. Or to apply it in this case, Kent shouldn't ask a question that he knows he's going to get a particular answer and he's not going to like it. Like, do better. You've done a few of these now. You know what questions are going to get certain kinds of answers.
Yeah.
Question in return, but we agreed to the rules, so I will abide by the rules.
You can ask questions, but I think you're trying to avoid my question.
No, I'm not. So if it's okay with you, I'll do
that. You should not say that, Ken. Like, seriously, why would you do that? Like, you're basically saying, hey, I don't mind if you go outside. Wow, okay.
Yeah. I don't mind, but I'm still holding it against you. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Very charitable.
Do it. Do you think that evolutionary biologists think that the way evolution works is one day an animal gives birth to a completely different animal?
No, I've never said that either. You guys,
yes, you did. You said, when did an amoeba produce a non-amoeba?
Yes, you absolutely say that constantly, Ken. We've never seen a dog give birth to a non-dog. We've never seen this give birth to the. You say it constantly, But here's the problem with what Kent's doing, because he's trying to conflate, right? He's trying to basically talk out of both sides of his mouth and saying, well, I understand that it's a gradual change over time that has no, objective, definitive boundary, yet at the same time make this conflation that we've never seen a, dog give birth to a non-dog. He's getting confused which side of the conflation that he's on. He's basically saying, oh, well, I've never said that. You say it constantly.
Yeah, he confused himself.
Mm-hmm.
We love to see it.
Yeah. But he doesn't want to look stupid and say, yes, I believe that. I think that scientists think that, because that would make him look incredibly stupid. That he's aware that that is not what scientists think. And so he doesn't want to admit it, but he'll go on to conflate it again. You watch, he'll do it again. Like, he doesn't have a problem with saying, hey, but we've never seen a dog give birth to a non-dog. He'll say it again. It's ridiculous.
Oh, for sure.
Mm.
Broken record or stopped clock. Well, no, I think broken record's better, because the stopped clock is right twice a day.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly your claim. Your goofy straw man of evolution.
Okay, I'll try to make it real simple so you can follow it. Does this chart show the butterfly coming from the family tree root of an amoeba? Everything starts off as an amoeba. It starts at an amoeba. That's the family. The root of the whole tree is an amoeba.
No.
So somewhere along the line, it's not.
No, the amoeba is one of the branches at the base, but it doesn't tell you what the base organism is.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Kent, I'm glad he's pointing it out here, because as we often say, it's very frustrating how Kent conflates the last universal common ancestor with an amoeba, which a modern amoeba is just as highly evolved as everything else on Earth.
Mm.
Very
Yeah,
specialized.
Yeah, so we're really talking about a primitive, a prokaryote kind of thing, like a very, very basal, simple cell, essentially. Amoebas can be incredibly complex. I think that amoebas can have they have large chromosomes, as far as I can remember.
I suspect you're right, but the primary characteristic, to my thinking, is the fact that they're predators. Like, you can't start your tree of life with a predator. It needs something to eat.
Correct. Yeah. So they can have up to 1,000 chromosomes, basically.
Damn.
So it depends on the species. Yeah, so 500 to 1,000 kind of thing. So when we're talking about the most basal form of sort of primitive cells, we're not talking about something that's got highly developed chromosomes. It's just that's the way that amoebas have developed over evolution. So, this it is a straw man. It 100% is. And Kent has been told this again and again and again. And he goes, oh, no, I understand that. But you'll continue to say it. That's the problem. He doesn't care whether it's true or not.
Mm-hmm. Which is really weird. It just, I mean, we all know this about Kent, but it's just, he claims to have biblical truth and the ultimate authority and yada yada, and he's on a channel called Standing for Truth, and he doesn't give a fuck what's true.
Yeah, so it'd be like if I said, a sky daddy kind of thing, and then someone says, look, it's a trinity, and explained all of that to me, and I went on still debating using that term anyway, to describe the beliefs of Christians. It is a straw man. I'm sorry, guys, it just is, because their beliefs are different than what I'm trying to get across. Now, the Yahweh figure, the father figure, may be, Sky Daddy might be an accurate representation. It is a father figure that was believed to be in the sky, but that's not what Christians currently believe is the God of the Bible. So, but for me to get told in a serious debate, hey, that is a misrepresentation, and then keep using it is ridiculous. I don't. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's disrespectful at the very least, but oh, I'm drifting out of frame. I back on screen, Ember.
I get that sometimes people use it to, trigger people or to, make a point in a debate. I get all of that. I totally get all of that. But he is using it to seriously represent the beliefs or the theory of evolution, and it is a straw man. Ridiculous.
Well, the cool thing about strawmans, they're
very
flammable.
Yeah. I feel like
And then to get there's a few parts around the United States here. It's not even remotely universal. It'd be cool if it were, but they at around Halloween, sometimes it's the day after, whatever. All the farmers will take the straw men that have been keeping the crows away all season, and because it's harvest time, that's the whole point. They'll take the straw men and they'll all pile them up in make a bonfire just out of the straw men and light the whole thing, and it's pretty trippy.
Yeah, I feel like a Nicolas Cage film or something. Burning effigies is definitely something rooted in a very primitive sort of worship. I don't know. It's just something weird about burning effigies. People like it.
Yeah, I mean, well, fire in general. I don't know why, but it feels like there's a almost a spiritual connection to life. That we do two big bonfire festivals a year. A lot of people do one for the summer solstice, but it's generally Beltane and Samhain. And then you'll have other fires throughout the year, but those are like the big fire festivals. So I don't know.
So was it a protozoa? Was it a single-celled creature of some kind?
A single-celled eukaryote, almost certainly, yeah.
Okay. Where is the scientific evidence of that first single-celled eukaryote producing offspring that were other than a single-celled eukaryote?
Well, there's a problem there.
Eukaryote is not. Yeah,
it wouldn't be a eukaryote, but more that was just Erik misspeaking. So I'm willing to let that slide.
Yeah.
If you're single-celled, the odds are really high you don't produce offspring, you split.
Yes.
There are species of bacteria who exchange genetic material through specialized flagella, but nobody gets pregnant, nobody lays eggs.
Yeah, and so again, it's another conflation that Kent's trying to make, because really his entire strategy is to try and make evolution seem like, try to appeal to people's incredulity, try to make it seem as ridiculous as possible. So he's trying to make this ridiculous straw man that, prokaryotes giving birth to other prokaryotes kind of thing. And it's like, why? They're unicellular. Like, wow, would that even happen? I don't understand. This is the kind of thing that he does, just this real painting of, things that we see, like, because we don't see prokaryotes giving birth to prokaryotes. Like, how does that work in a unicellular creature? How does that even work?
Magic. But also, to go back to that earlier point, we're talking about speciation. Like, if he's going to jump up several categories and be like, are you a prokaryote, give birth to a non-prokaryote, that's a whole fucking domain, you asshole.
Yes, yeah. So the skip there is insane. The skip over, and the thing is that we see more basal forms of cells, like places where, and I'm thinking of stromatolites, for instance. They're probably the oldest organism, evolutionarily on Earth, or the one that is still in the simplest form that it used to be. They're incredible creatures, and they're largely unchanged from billions of years ago, and they're more basal, they're less developed. So we've got this inference of, hey, things back then were essentially more basal, less complicated, essentially. So, but we don't sort of say that, hey, there was a unicellular prokaryote that gave birth to a starfish. How does that even work?
It would make a great. Oh, somebody with AI skills should get on that and make one of those. I would like to see that. Just
But what
a
I
big
love-
old amoeba giving birth to,
Yeah.
to Starro from the DC movies.
But what I love is that we're seeing instances of things becoming multicellular. So if we're talking about a unicellular, and it doesn't just give birth to a multicellular creature, we're sort of talking about they make a colony and then they become interdependent and then they become multicellular. They work together, and we're seeing instances of that happening. What was it, Cladomonas reinhardtii, as an algae that became multicellular? And we're also seeing instances of endosymbiosis, I think it is, endosymbiosis, where one organism swallows another one, right? And then it can't digest it, can't do anything with it. So they decide to work together. And that explains perfectly why we have different DNA or different RNA for our mitochondrial DNA. Like, it explains it perfectly, but the creationists, they don't have an explanation for that. Why did God create a different DNA for a mitochondria?
Yeah, and chloroplasts for that matter. And if God is out there creating things, why the hell don't we have chloroplasts? Like, sure, we probably couldn't generate enough energy to sustain ourselves from that.
Yep.
But we could generate some, and that would make us a whole lot more efficient. We'd need less food. We could go longer between eating.
I guess the point that I'm getting at is that species may have arisen in different ways than just giving birth, because endosymbiosis, like, it's not that organism giving birth to an organism with the ability to generate power through mitochondria. It is literally an organism eating another one, being unable to process or digest it, and then they work together. It's literally like adapting another organism into yourself, which is wild. And we've seen this happen.
On multiple levels, like, as come up numerous times in recent years. We ourselves are multi-organic organisms. Like, we can't function without our gut bacteria. We have to have those bacteria to help us digest. And so on a multicellular level, we've also developed a kind of endosymbiosis.
And so this kind of stuff is kind of, so that's why it's such a horrendous conflation, because we're not saying that all of these changes were just mutation and just one giving birth to another. There's all of these different mechanisms that occurred. Things like ERVs, right, where a virus writes itself onto the DNA of another organism, and if it has some beneficial function, it may get fixed as part of that organism's DNA. Our ability to have a placenta, the placental mariots, the eutherian mammals, that comes from a virus, which, again, other organisms like the marsupials and the monotremes like echidnas and platypus just weren't around for it.
Yep, they missed out. Yeah, it's pretty rough. So yeah, sometimes viruses are almost, I conceptualize them as sort of like a software patch. Like, it doesn't always go well. In fact, it probably very rarely goes well. But occasionally really you get upgrades.
Well, I mean, hopefully a software patch wouldn't cause so much, complete catastrophe across the entire, suite of software when you roll it out. It's like a bad software patch, I guess, because it causes absolute havoc for the organisms across the board, except, one or two may have this incredible benefit from it, kind of thing. So, I really, as a person who's worked in IT, I really want to push back against that's how a software patch should work. Because seriously, I just, no, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine like when the particular virus that caused placental stuff to happen, like the
Yeah.
first few generations would have suffered tremendous die-off because
Oh yeah.
what if you're an egg layer and suddenly you're not laying eggs, the fuck are you supposed to do? You just
Well, it's
do your best.
it's a bit more complex than that, sort of. So you have the marsupials, for instance, who they don't lay eggs, but they don't have placentas either, and they use a pouch system kind of thing. So we're sort of talking about the virus being incorporated, and then through mutation, it slowly gets developed into what it is, kind of thing. But the development of the placenta, it may have been just a small offshoot kind of thing, like a just a sort of waste product that the virus caused. But then, through mutation, it became something we could actually use, kind of thing. So a lot of these viruses, when they hit, the effect of them is not detrimental and it's not beneficial. It's just there, it just doesn't do anything. And through mutation, the beneficial ones obviously will be selected for, and the placenta is an incredible advantage, which is sort of why on all other continents the marsupials didn't make it. They really didn't, because placental mammals are so much better at what they do.
Yeah, that makes sense. That it would be a small change with limited ramifications, and evolution tinkers with everything. So yeah, in successive generations, you eventually build up to what we've got today, and who knows what we'll have tomorrow.
So there are things in the past that we will never see happen. The question is, can we gather evidence in favor of a conjecture? We can. It's in the fossil record and it's in the genetics. I'd rather save the fossil stuff for next time because I think that's part of the geologic column. If that's fine with you, because I don't want to diverge down too many different paths. But
it's a good way to avoid my question for the fourth time. Where is the evidence of an amoeba
in the
or a
genetics.
single cell creature?
He's
so there's
answered
genetic
this
evidence
again
that
and
an amoeba
again
turned
and
to a
again.
butterfly, and we should pay for this chart to be taught to the kids.
So
for the notice the conflation. An amoeba turned into a butterfly. Literally, like he asked, do you think that geneticists think that an amoeba turned into a butterfly? And he says no, but he'll say it again.
Mm-hmm. And he's talked to geneticists. I'm 99% sure Jay Bundy debated him at one point. Like, he has had this shit laid out for him on a silver platter, and he still is like this. Ay. Wayne says, my guy can't even tell me who wrote Genesis. Asking for a citation. What a loon.
Apparently it was Moses, but since the Old Testament records Moses' death, I highly doubt that the guy that died recorded his own death. Just saying.
I mean, he could have been a psychic. He could have pre-written it. Actually, come to think of it, so occasionally I like to put on my apologist hat and get a little popey up in here, and try to explain. Oh, it won't stay. Try to explain the stuff better than the apologists do. And I remember one time when I was a teenager, it's almost sort of like a unaliving note, right? You write ahead of time, I went to go do this because of this or whatever. So you're kind of like pre-writing your own departure from the mortal coil. And maybe Moses did the same thing, or maybe fictionalized it to give himself a much more epic ending than he was actually going to get.
Ooh. That's awesome. I like it.
Yeah, maybe.
Resilienth time, you can test if things are related by looking at the genetics, and we see a very perfect nested hierarchy of genetic similarities, genetic relatedness across organisms and across phyla, exactly what you would expect if evolution is true. So that is the evidence.
So because there are similarities in the DNA code, therefore, one changed slowly over multiple millions of generations of slow steps into the butterfly. There are single-celled creatures with 16,000 DNA strands in them, 16,000 chromosomes in a single cell.
Okay.
How,
DNA gets duplicated. We know that.
oh, and that's an amazing process.
Yeah.
And I mean, the way it has to split the DNA and one loops backwards and goes through the special machine that relines it with the new one. You should study how DNA.
No, I mean
has
like
to rip.
entire genes get duplicated. I don't mean
I
don't mean the
Yeah, we see that in plants today. Like just a regular ass, well, a fern perhaps. I actually don't know if it happens in ferns. I do know it happens in some flowers, particularly in harsh regions, where they'll just double their genome or triple or quadruple, polyploidy. We still don't understand quite why that happens, but it happens. In complex organisms, not even single-celled stuff.
Yeah.
Wild.
DNA double helix splits and gets replicated for mitosis, meiosis. I mean, entire genes get duplicated. We have multiple copies of certain genes.
Right. And and that process happened with no designer. Nobody made it.
Correct.
Did somebody make the computer that you use?
Probably.
Did they write all the different lines of code to do all the different things computers do?
Probably.
Did any of those arise by?
It wasn't one person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's no way one person wrote all the code for a computer. There's no way one person wrote all the code for, just a Microsoft program. There is simpler codes that were written by one person, but they don't get more complex over time.
Well, not by themselves. I recently, a friend of the channel, Bree from HiveSci, did a stream where she was like reprogramming BugBot on the fly to get. BugBot is a helper thing, sort of like you'll see Nightbot in some chats and whatnot. Bree wrote the BugBot program and it broke, and so Bree was rewriting it. So now it's more complex than it used to be, but it took Bree's direct intervention to do it. It didn't evolve on its own.
Mm-hmm. Self-modifying code can justify itself. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that has to have the self-justifying in it, and I think that it depends how you're sort of defining complex there, because the runtime complexity is exactly the same. Exactly. Yeah. So it depends how you're defining complex there. If you mean it can create more code, I'm right there with you. Like if you're sort of saying, hey, it can extrapolate more code for itself. But I think that it's the same complexity when you're talking about things like the efficiency or the runtime complexity. Yeah. So, but you're probably right. Yeah, there's maybe some exceptions, but I guess I'm just pointing out that there's no reason to think that it was one creator that did all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, almost definitely not.
Random mutations and chance?
That's not how computers are done or are made, so I don't understand the irrelevant question.
Well, if computers can't make themselves through mistakes and mutations, why would you think a butterfly with its incredibly complex DNA code can be a result of mutations over trillions of years from an amoeba or
because that's what the DNA evidence tells us.
Well, and plus, computers don't self-replicate yet. They don't sort of give birth to more computers using half a code from one computer and half a code from the other computer. Like you don't get a Linux system that splits its code in half, somehow groups up with a Apple system, because the Linux has low standards apparently. That's a joke for the computer people. And then makes a hybrid computer that's half Linux and half Apple. That isn't what's happening, Ken. But that's not how anything works.
It'd be neat if it were, though. Evolving
No,
computers.
that's disgusting. Half apple. That makes me sad.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
It'll only cost you $6,000 for the 12-inch monitor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You observe this DNA similarity and conclude, without seeing it happen, you conclude that it must have happened in the past over millions of years. That's why I call it a religion. You believe that. You're welcome to believe it. I don't care
Okay.
what you believe.
Here's the rabbit. Okay, this is Kent trying to make you mad. So instead of looking into his absolutely stupid computer analogy, because it's very stupid, the idea that we can compare the code of computers, which doesn't self-replicate, it doesn't have mutations, right? It doesn't have any of that stuff. To evolution is ludicrous, because it has none of the hallmarks of evolution. It's not biological life. It doesn't combine with Yeah, I know. Well, they're both based upon Unix. Yeah, no, I get you.
They're both based. So,
They're
yeah.
the of an amoeba giving birth to a non-amoeba. No, I'm joking. That's a stupid analogy.
And
That's
thank
the
you,
thing.
Sinister.
What I've recognized over my time of analyzing these debates and debating Kent myself is that when he doesn't want you to look at an analogy or look at something he's presented, he will say stuff like this. Oh, it's a religion. And he's just trying to make you chase that line of thought because he doesn't want you looking at the other things. So if Planet Peterson wants to do a really good job, he will just say, it's not a religion, but looking at what you've said, let's talk about the computer thing, because that is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's who was it? I want to say Sam Clemens, but I'm so bad with famous people and quotes and whatnot. But the general idea is somebody in Sigmund Freud's general time pointed out that people really like to compare the function of the human mind to the most advanced technology available at the time, which is why Freud was constantly making steam engine analogies. You're under pressure, you need to vent, you've got a one-track mind, all of these sorts of things. Today we compare things to computers, whether it's the mind or DNA or what have you. It's humans just draw analogies with whatever's ready to hand. That doesn't mean it actually is that thing.
And then they go to, well, how can you think that a computer is made while humans are so much more complicated than a computer? And that's true. The human brain is much more complicated than any computer. But computers do certain things very well. Like, you don't have memory like a computer does. Your mind doesn't work like a computer does. Your genetic code doesn't work like computer code. Most computers work on a fetch, execute, store cycle kind of thing. We don't. It's just a bad kind of comparison. And they keep making these comparisons, like the molecular machines to actual engines kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's not what they're doing. Their process is chemical, not mechanical, or not completely mechanical. It's mostly chemical in process. So it's just this conflation between the two. Oh, this is man-made, and it has some of the hallmarks of this other thing, so that must be man-made as well. No.
Yeah. My brain got stuck in a feedback loop when I was thinking about, because like DNA isn't like computer code. It's, as we've discussed many times before, DNA is more like the hard drive. It's where the data is stored.
Yeah.
You could wipe every chromosome out of your body and you would die, but not immediately. Your cells would continue to function until things started to break down that needed the DNA to be rebuilt. So yeah, you might get as much as a day, maybe two, possibly less. I don't know. I'm not sure which system would fail first, but the point is the DNA isn't actually directly in charge. It's just the database for how the cell builds enzymes and proteins and shit. It'll keep running with the enzymes and proteins and shit that it has on hand. It just won't be able to make more.
Mhm.
A weird system. It's a weird comparison, I guess is what I'm getting at.
But quit calling it science. Science, what we can observe,
protein.
study, test, and demonstrate. You can't do it. Get a bunch of
You
bacteria
can't
or an
observe the
amoeba or
past, but you
protozoa.
can make scientific tests of events that occurred in the past. This is how forensics is done, for example.
So you believe we should all be required to teach that this chart is actually science. The amoeba,
Yeah.
slowly over billions of generations.
So I would have liked to see him ignore or just sort of dismiss this sort of line as him just trying to put out ridiculous stuff, just sort of say, hey, that's ridiculous, but your computer analogy is terrible, and really focus on that, because that's what Kent doesn't want to talk about.
Yep. Can't let him. You can't let him lead the conversation. Never mind. I'll see myself out.
Need enough new information to become a shark, and a sunflower, and a frog, and a kangaroo, and everything else. I object. That's not scientific. That's your belief.
I object.
What's not science? Oh, sorry. That's
He's deflecting his own damn question. Like now he's talking about new information. That's a whole other thing, and we have a mechanism for that too. Mutations.
Well,
it takes a long time.
He's not asking questions, really. I mean, he doesn't want the answer to this. He just wants to rant and rave. Essentially, that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, he wants to preach.
It's not my turn to ask questions.
Do it. Get an amoeba and do it again. Let me see it happen this time. Do it again.
That implies we did it the first time.
Yeah.
Can't rule it out. We may get time travel in the future, go back and maybe we're the intelligent designer. Well, not us, but like our descendants many generations removed who are much smarter than we are. Hopefully. We'll see.
Yeah, and Logan makes a good point. He wants to gallop. Wait, didn't I have oh yeah, he's referring to the Gish gallop. My name for this is the Hovind hustle, because it's like the Gish gallop, but a lot more deceptive and dishonest, basically. So I call it the Hovind hustle. And he does do that. He'll jump from subject to subject to subject to subject. This is his question time, though. So if he wants to do this, it's really the only person he's screwing up right now is himself, because he has a chance to ask questions to get Planet Peterson in a corner, and he's just not doing it, which is just hilarious, because he obviously has no idea how this sort of cross-examination works. This is still cross-examination, right?
I think so. Yeah, because Erik was saying something about I'm supposed to be answering questions. Yeah. So I think they are still in cross. Yeah, it's an interesting debate style that I'd like to see more often. There's a wide variety of debate formats, and I would like to see more exploration of those. Like when we reviewed the presidential debate or the VP, whichever debate we were from the political people, the way it was just moderator ask question. And now you get to answer the question, and then it's the next question. It's a different style. Yeah, variety is the spice, and the spice must flow.
Why do you believe it could happen long ago and far away, fairy tale style, but we can't make it happen today? They've been trying to get bacteria to change to something else, and they can't get it to work. So why should I believe it happened in the past? How's a fossil going to show that?
So no evolutionary biologist thinks that evolution happens in this weird Pokemon sort of style that you've proposed. They propose instead that it is gradual changes over vast stretches of time. But like, for example, in order to go from single-celled to multi-celled eukaryotes, the idea that Lynn Margulis came up with of endosymbiosis was proposed. And then what did we find? That mitochondria, well, we already knew this, that mitochondria and chloroplasts, they have their own DNA. They make copies of themselves. The cell doesn't make, your cells don't make mitochondria. The mitochondria do binary fission, just like prokaryotes do. Maybe one day, a very long time ago, that sort of endosymbiotic relationship began. So that's a testable idea. And when we looked at the genetic composition of chloroplasts, we found it was remarkably similar to blue-green algae. exactly what you would expect. And then when we when we sequenced the genomes of mitochondria, we found it was remarkably similar to different types of prokaryotes. And we actually have now witnessed a new organelle, the what's it, the nitroblast or something like that, a nitrogen fixing organelle has now new.
Yeah, that's brand new. I mean, well, the adaptation isn't brand new, but the discovery,
yes,
April 2024.
Well, we've seen it. We've seen it happen. That's the thing.
Yeah, that particular. It was
nitroplast. Yeah, nitroplast. It's marine algae.
Yeah, it's a triple endosymbiosis. The component organisms are a ciliate, a green alga, and a previously unknown purple bacterium.
Mm-hmm.
What color?
Newly been identified to occur in some sort of plant cell, I believe it was. I don't remember exactly.
Algae, yeah.
Okay. Well, you answered my question finally. You answered by saying maybe a long time ago this happened.
Yeah,
it's a religion.
That's what you took away. That's what you took away from all of
that. Brand new, brain-breaking science. We saw 3 organisms merge into one. That's a whole different kind of, that's like reverse multicellularity. And we observed it happen. We knew it happened, but we observed it. And Kent's just like, but what about the strawberries, though? Fucking wild.
Yeah.
He's profoundly unprofound.
Oh, he's not listening. He's not listening to what he's actually saying. He's just picking up on the keywords that he can sort of spout off his nonsense. Just his straw men and his conflation in. So when he hears, perhaps a long time ago this happened, because we have seen it happen now, he only hears the first part because he can go, oh, you're pretending about. Come on, dude, seriously.
And then we look for evidence.
Just admit, Erik, I believe it happened long ago and far away.
Because of the evidence. A belief that has 0 supernatural appeals literally can't be a religion. So
yeah, it's a solid point, but it touches on something larger. Like, if it were just a religion, where the fuck are we getting the idea from? Where's the holy book? Why are we only writing these things down after we discover them in nature, rather than having a book tell us where to look in nature to find the things that confirm the holy book?
Right.
Infuriating.
And, last week I talked about what makes a religion. There's sort of multiple different definitions. I think that at a bare minimum, that a religion should have a system of worship of something somewhere. So even if you want to extend that and say that secular humanism is a religion, you could say that, hey, you worship humanity. I have problems with that definition of worship, but it might stretch, but sort of, I don't think it requires something supernatural, just the worship component. But I totally get it. It's a fair definition for a religion to be based on something supernatural. I think that's fair. I think that's a perfectly valid definition, and that's the one that Planet Peterson is using. So his idea that it's a religion, and again, it's Kent conflating things, because he's sort of saying, oh, well, you're fanatic about it. You sort of debate it. You talk about it all the time. If that's because we sort of say, hey, they follow this band religiously, or they play soccer religiously, or football if you're in the UK. It's a metaphor. So he's conflating sort of one use of the word religious, like people really following something, with the actual definition of true religion, which is a system of worship. Like, he's conflating those two things. Because when we say, hey, they play soccer religiously, we're not talking that they worship it, although some soccer fans do. kind of worship it. It may fit into a religion, it may not, but I really think he conflates this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, word games, equivocation, all this sorts of, these are, I think every apologist does this. Kent is just really blatant about it.
Oh yeah, and his sort of conflations are so obvious. You know, like, I don't understand how anybody listens to these kind of conflations and goes, "Oh no, that's accurate."
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know that even you get that, so I'm not going to address this religion thing
really
again.
It's
too stupid to deserve any more attention.
You are unwilling to admit that you believe by faith.
Nope, evidence.
That this happened in the past. You're afraid to admit you believe it by faith, because then you're going to lose tax funding for your religion to be taught in schools.
We've gone over the evidence. So, what's your next question?
And this is where he picks up and does really well. He's ignoring that. Like I say to people going to debate, Ken, don't chase that rabbit. He'll put a rabbit out. It's meant to make you upset. You're meant to chase it down so you don't actually focus on what he said in the past. Just ignore it. Like it is just nonsense. Focus on what he said just before that thing that made you angry, because he uses it, right? He uses that as a way to get himself out of trouble.
Or he tries to. It doesn't always go.
He tries
to,
but
yeah.
Conclusion is, could that same evidence be interpreted? Wow, maybe the designer designed all these different life forms to live in the same environment, to use the same minerals out of the ground or the same gases out of the air.
Look at this puddle. It fits me really precisely. Like, it's very exact.
Yeah, this whole, the puddle says that the hole fits exactly to me.
Yeah, it must have been designed to have me in it.
But also, there's things that don't make sense. Like, why does mitochondria have different DNA? What's the point? Why do we see these organisms get taken into others and become a case of endosymbiosis? Like, what's the point? If we wanted to design something, why put foreign like, we don't have a computer. It's running for my homies out there, it's running a really stable Linux system, and we decide to put some window codes in code in the middle of it. Why? And not only that window code is crucial to its operation. Why would you do that? It makes no sense. And when you ask creationists, their answer is, well, God works in mysterious ways. You can't understand all of and it's like, wow, that is the biggest cop-out. Because I want to say something that sort of got my goat when I went up to Donnie's last time and sort of argued with them, where it meant to explain every single tiny facet of evolution, right? Every single process, every single minute detail, everything that's ever happened. Why don't they explain anything with creationism? When we ask, well, what's the process behind this? They say, well, we don't know and we'll never know. It's God.
Yeah, and then we find out, like when you explain something cool scientific and you say why, how, etc., how is science able to find these answers when you can't find them in your holy books? They'll say something along the lines of, well, science is just the study of reading God's book of nature. There are two books. There's the Bible and there's science.
Yep.
Science is just reading the book of nature.
Yep.
But then they'll turn around and say, oh, well, God works in mysterious ways we mere mortals can't comprehend until we do. And again, apologist hat, that's a bad way to do it, because you're effectively making your God get smaller and smaller as science explains more and more. And that doesn't prove he's all powerful. It kind of proves he's pretty weak. But
it's essentially God of the gaps is essentially it. And I love that guy that I picked apart his video. He's like, we Christians don't like getting accused of doing God of the gaps, and it's like, yeah, no, I know, It's like burglars don't like to get accused of robbing people, but when you stop doing it, then people won't tell you you're doing it. Like it's just such a weird thing to hear that. We don't like
There's
being accused.
the David Wood taco video.
No, that was a different one. That was a very small channel. I kind of got into a small argument in the comments. Nothing horrendous, but I decided to sort of. It was David something Yalbro, a very very small pastor from Texas kind of thing. But I did misrepresent his church because there's apparently multiple the Bridge Fellowship in Texas. I didn't know this was a thing, that churches could all have the same name in the same area and they're completely unrelated to one another. Had no idea. Who would have thunk it? Because I mean, if that was a business or something, they would be forced to change their name, right? It's too confusing. Yeah. Only one business can have that name in one industry. But no, apparently churches they can just have the same name willy-nilly all over the place. So,
well, that actually explains a lot. When I was a repo agent, a big tangent, but it's brief. We were looking for a pastor's car, and he worked for a COGIC, which is a Church of God in Christ, which not all, but many are scam fly-by-night ministries. They'll do like a spirit Halloween. They'll rent out a vacant property and set up a church and bring all the neighborhood people in, collect a whole fuck ton of tithes, and then just leave overnight. They'll just be gone and set up somewhere else. And I don't know why or whatever, but this pastor, it took forever to track him down because there's so many COGICs. They're just like all over the damn place. More than Starbucks's.
Two different things: respiration, cell duplication.
There's no evidence of that, though. It's just a claim. No evidence. You missed my question. It's just a claim.
Listen to the question.
Okay.
Could it be a designer did it that way?
Yes, but there's no evidence.
So yes, it could be that a designer did it.
It could be
unicorns. Could be unicorns. Could be magic. Could be aliens did it. Like, this is the thing, that just even if, and this is a big if, even if somehow you proved evolution wrong, and even if, and this is a bigger if, you proved that it was actually designed, it doesn't get you to a god.
Yeah. Because you need a bit more than that. In fact, I would say that if it were the product of design, that would actually count against the idea of it being a god. Because an all-powerful God would not do things in such a complicated, stupid way. So it would point more towards something like aliens or another mortal prone to failings and lazy, shoddy craftsmanship and such.
Yeah. Or just a really stupid idiot God. But, we know you don't believe that either, so...
Or a bunch of gods, because you could get a mess like that if you've got multiple creators, too many chefs with their spoons in the soup. Everybody's adding ingredients and chaos ensues. Yeah.
I just like the idea that I think George Carlin was talking about, like, this was not a God on his best day. It was a God that didn't really care, that did all of this stuff like on a Friday evening kind of thing. Like, it was just checked out. I just love that stand-up. This is not his best work kind of thing. He's just trying to get out of the office.
Yeah. I've got a golfing appointment on Sunday. I'm not going to be in doing anything.
Yes, but there's no evidence. It could also be that a different God that isn't the one you believe in made it that way. There's no evidence of that either.
Right.
Yeah.
I would say, if I was to analyze the data, the lines of code to make Microsoft PowerPoint, and examine the lines of code to Microsoft Word, I would find millions of identical lines of code.
This is what we were talking about earlier. The Microsoft suite of programs, Microsoft Office, had more than one designer. There were famously, hell, they've been in constant development for nearly 40 fucking years. The first coders to work on it are retired now. You know?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And it's interesting because you go back to, okay, let's go back to the real Bazel code, which was MS-DOS, right? The old MS-DOS, which was a basically like a terminal program, if you're familiar with Linux or Mac OS. Windows in no way uses any of the code from that nowadays. Like that was thrown out probably around Windows 7 or so. Or the code that's left is almost nothing, because that was an operating system, and the command prompt is no longer an operating system. It's a terminal into the actual operating system, which is now Windows. So MS-DOS, I'm with you, Fern. That's how I learned as well.
Same,
That's
actually.
how I learned as well. Yeah, simplistic, janky, incredibly effective, incredibly powerful. But once you learn Bash, then you're sort of like, yeah, that's everything's a pale imitation of Bash. Windows is a glorified browser, yeah. But anyway, I guess what I'm getting at is what we don't see is the nested hierarchy of the system. Right. What we don't see is, say, PowerPoint, Excel, and Windows all having a common ancestor kind of thing. Like they take bits and pieces from each other. They put this one down here. We don't see a nested hierarchy. We basically see things that have been, invented on, say, for instance, some of the branches, like you have being able to insert images in Word and moving that over to Excel. We don't see that in nature, right? We don't see, kangaroos having pouches, so that moves over to, insects. We don't see that. That's the problem.
Be a neat
It's
trick,
not
though.
a nested hierarchy. It would be a neat trick, but we don't see that, right? We don't see this kind of transfer of code across, programs. Essentially what we see is a nested hierarchy, and that's what Planet Peterson was saying.
Yeah, it's such vastly different. All analogies are bad analogies, but this is a bad analogy, and to the point of being a category error.
I would therefore conclude they got to be related. One made the other. They both came from Morse code. No, the same guys wrote the code would be another logical conclusion.
They came from Morse code.
So if you find a book written in English, and then you find another book written in English, well, they use the same letters, they use the same words, sometimes even in the same order. Clearly, they were written by the same author, right? That
Obviously
makes
not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed that. Of course, I always have a Bible, the one Robin Webster sent me, because you never know when you got to look up a verse. But I also have another random book. I'm going to be forced soon. I mean, my bookcase is out of reach, but I'm accumulating books right next to my desk.
Unable to admit or realize that there might have been a designer who did it for a reason. We may not even know the reason yet.
Yeah, problem is you don't have any evidence or a working hypothesis. You hijacked the scientific data after the fact. After all this was learned, you and I are lucky enough to live when we do now, and we know so much. You took all the evidence and after the fact said, this is how my God did. I did this in my opening statement, and I think maybe I'm a prophet because you're just living up to exactly the caricature of yourself that I drew up at the beginning.
Okay, well, I believe by faith that this book I'm holding right here is true. And it says they will bring forth after their kind, after their kind, after their kind, after their kind of every sort. This is all that's ever been seen. Now, Charlie Darwin
actually, it doesn't really, I mean, the Bible doesn't say they will bring forth after their kind. The Bible says that they were created after their kind, that they were they were brought forth after their kind. It doesn't actually say that they will breed after their kind. This keeps getting pointed out to me by Peter from my chat, who sort of says, "Hey, that's not what or he's in the comments a lot, sort of saying that's not what the Bible says." So it sort of says brought forth after their kind, but it's sort of referring to things being created, not things breeding.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing. Like, why do things even have to breed if God's capable of just poofing things into existence? You know, they often say, like, God knitted you in your mother's womb and all this and that. Well, if God is literally creating you, then why is reproduction necessary? Why not poof you? Oh, it's your birthday. Poof, you exist now. You know, fully grown, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very peculiar. It's a
So-
strange system.
It sort of says the earth brings forth after its kind of thing, but that's let the land produce or bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, right? And God made the wild animals according to their kinds and the livestock according to their kinds. So it doesn't say that they bring forth after their kinds. It says that God or the earth created them after their kind, that bring forth after their kinds.
That
So
makes
it's
a bit
kind
more
of
sense.
this. Yeah, it's kind of this. Well, he's saying that means that the animals bring forth after their kind, and I get why he's interpreting that way. But you that's just one interpretation. It's why a lot of Christians don't have a problem with evolution. I mean,
Yeah,
it does
that's
say
fair.
plants bearing seeds according to their kind, and trees bearing fruit according to their kinds, but it doesn't say anything about the animals bringing forth after their kinds.
I always thought bringing forth is a weird euphemism for reproduction, especially considering this is a book that has no problems talking about sex, SA, incest, all kinds of horrid
Oh yeah,
reproduction-related
lovely stuff.
things. Like,
Mhm.
why would it be shy about it when it said, "Ooh, bring forth"? We have to be sensitive and prudish and things. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, I don't think it was in the original sort of language kind of thing. I don't really think it was. It's just the way it's translated.
Damn translation. We need to learn it in the original Klingon.
Mm.
The origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races and the struggle for life. Do you think all the species, Charlie Darwin envisioned all the species changing into what at least, no matter which definition of species you use, a butterfly is a different species than a sunflower. So, but you do believe
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like, his sort of dismissal of the Charlie Darwin. It's just like, yeah, I mean, you're just trying to paint him as some random kind of person. It's really unbecoming and really petty, just incredibly petty. You know, I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah, there is that, but I'm very amused that God yeeted Kent there. He was like, "Nope, you're done." Do you think Matt Dillahunty is actually God and he's just been fucking with this whole time? And he's like, "You know what? You're done. Get out." I don't know. I'm easily amused.
Yeah.
I think Kent looked like he hit the wrong button. But I will say, as we wait for him to come back,
How were we on time on there? It had to have been getting close.
yeah, you know what? We just hit 21 minutes, a little bit over.
Okay.
And so you both got 21 minutes each. And so
Sure.
I see
If he
Kent
wants to
trying
ask like one more question when he comes back because I did that, I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's do that. We'll do one final question, and then Eric will let you respond. Once you respond, we'll shift right into a final 20 minutes of just free flowing. So if you had something else you wanted to ask him or a topic.
And I mean, Kent didn't ask that many questions. He
Topic
really
one.
didn't.
Yeah, he burnt all his time babbling and repeating himself.
Yep.
To touch on as we wait for Kent You mentioned earlier, Erik, that there will be a second debate that will focus heavily on the fossil record. So the fossil record and the geologic column, as tonight, especially here in the roughly 42 minutes of
I'm vaguely annoyed at this thumbnail.
Hmm.
It's got a couple glitches. So as many of you know, I worked as a professional photographer for years. I don't make the world's best thumbnails. It's true, but like having this hazy outline because of a poor cutout job. I know he makes it try to look intentional, whatever. But like at the very edge here, where it's like just a hard line, like it's just sloppy. I don't know.
cross exam, we focused a lot on genetics and biology. And with that, Kent is back. Kent, let's do this before we lost you. I was just going to say
it's not a Kent debate without technical difficulties. Let's face it. It can't be a Kent Hovind debate without some sort of technical difficulties on his end.
It's true. He's numbering the debates now. Debate 367 with Erik Peterson of Planet Peterson. Is common descent the best explanation for the origin of species?
He's so egotistical and childish. Like he has to keep, I don't even keep track of the amount of debates that I've had. People ask me and I'm like, I don't know. It's not really important, is it? Like, is that important? But it is to Kent. It absolutely is. I remember him asking T-Jump, how many debates have you done? Because he was going to go, well, I've done more debates. But T-Jump turned around and went, well, just from the videos on my channel, I've done, 700 or something. And to see the look on his face drop was just worth it, just.
Yeah.
Are you sure? And he's like, well, that's how many debates I've got on YouTube. So, yeah. And Kent was just so, because he wants to beat Gish, doesn't he? Like the amount of debates that Gish did. So, for some reason, and that's just an egotistical thing to do, I want to be the, highest number and who cares?
Yeah, it's like Barney Stinson. I want to have slept with the most people.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, but what do you get a trophy?
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, he's woefully behind the times. Like as I said, Erik Planet Peterson got to start on TikTok doing TikTok debates, and the TikTok debaters, they'll do a dozen in a day. Granted, that's a fast pace for a day, but somebody like Jovan, he'll do 3 or 4 in an afternoon, 5 days a week. He just keeps taking on comers. And people send donos to watch him do it. Or they'll send him a dono to get him to boot whoever he's done, just bloop, end the debate right there. It's, it's a way to do things.
Yeah.
But yeah, the numbers you can rack up doing that in just a couple of years, you blow Kent's 367 the fuck away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your time basically for asking questions. Let's have you ask one more question, then we're going to shift into our final phase, which is more of a free-flowing discussion.
Okay.
It's not as strict. Go ahead, Ken.
Well, I will ask this in a question form then for Mr. Planet Peterson. He got mad at me asking it like that. Are there any rules? Where do standards come from? How do you tell right from wrong in your worldview? Is it okay for a boy to change to a girl at 57 genders? I mean, this is not just. This is what the evolution theory leads to. This
has got nothing to do with the debate. This is a moral argument.
Not even. It's a red herring toward a straw man of a moral argument.
Yeah. It's absolutely a red herring, but it's also just sort of bigotry and stupidity. Like, I mean, like, what is that? Like, even you could try to tie it in by saying, well, evolution has no morality, and try to tie it, but he's not even trying. Like, he's just going to a different topic that has nothing to do with the debate.
Yeah. It absolutely nothing. Like what the fuck? For the record, Gender fluid people are valid too.
Yes, absolutely.
Fuck you, Kent.
Yeah,
A
absolutely.
standard like thou shalt not? Is it okay to go next door and kill your neighbor's baby and eat it? Is there anything? How do you tell
If
right
God
from
told
wrong?
you to do it, then you would say it's okay. So don't come to me with your precious standards. And this has nothing to do with evolution.
Okay, in
Yep.
your
Mhm.
evolution worldview, how do you tell what is right or wrong to
Oh, I
do in
love that
society?
answer.
I don't.
If God told you to go kill a baby, you would do it. And we kind of know that because people have done that in the past. There
Yeah.
was the sad story of a woman in Queensland, Australia, that unalived her children because she thought God commanded her to do it.
We
This
had a
is a
similar
problem.
thing in Virginia, I think it was. It was a few years ago now. But she drowned all 5 of her kids.
Yeah.
In part because she was hearing voices and assumed it was God, but also because she'd been hearing from the religious people around her that children automatically go to heaven.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it would really be better for them if they died early before they get a chance to sin.
hmm
And so she, made sure they got to
Which
heaven.
is horrifyingly logical, to be honest with you. If it
Mm.
is true, if all of that is true, then that kind of makes sense, which is horrifying. Because, if all and it's just, in a way, it's kind of she's sacrificing her own um eternal salvation or whatever to give them theirs. Like, it's horrible, and I don't condone it, and it's absolutely shockingly bad. But if you believe this, that's where it can lead you. So, sort of getting up on your high horse about, well, morally, there's nothing stopping you from doing X. There's nothing stopping you either. And in fact, if you believe that your God commands you to do it, you will probably do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my mistake. She was hearing from the devil, but it's it's the same superstition.
Yeah.
Think that you would use evolution to do that, just like I wouldn't use my car to play basketball.
Wow, that's a stretch. Okay.
It's
So-
really not a stretch. How do you use
I mean, Rocket League exists. It's not basketball, but it's soccer with
It is
cars.
soccer with cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is kind of a category error. We don't base morality on evolution. Nobody does. Because the evolutionary process is over all organisms, and it isn't something that we want to replicate in society. It's just not a good idea. It's a really terrible idea.
Mm. Yeah, there's a reason we do things different. I mean, there's a lot of shit we don't do that's in keeping with nature. Once again, I reference
Right.
the artificial cave I dwell within.
Yeah. And the computer I'm currently using, I'm pretty sure that didn't occur in nature, and humans aren't naturally designed to use computers. Like, it just isn't like that. But also the whole idea that if evolution is true, then you'd be out killing people. We don't even see that in nature. Like, you don't have groups of wildebeest all trampling one another. Like, there is pro-social and anti-social behaviors for a reason. Like, it's kind of like whenever somebody says, oh, if evolution is true, we should all just be slaughtering one another or something like that. I basically think, tell me you don't understand evolution without saying, I don't understand evolution.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a really solid point. Like, wolves don't have religion. They don't worship God. They're all atheists. And
Yeah,
they
and they don't slaughter each other. Yeah.
Yeah, not normally. No. It's
When wolves fight, generally, when the males fight, well, generally one will submit. They don't even fight to the death, like they don't rip each other apart. It's sort of this whole idea that evolution will just create just random killers kind of thing. No, that's not what we think, and that's not how social animals work.
Yeah, and that's another, to touch on what we were saying earlier. That's another example of how we're reaching a point in evolution where we're exceeding the limits of DNA and direct evolutionary function, because we're evolving in directions where not only are we multiple organisms within a single organism, but we're also kind of more than a single organism. Like, we function best in a society. Humans can survive
Yeah.
on our own, not optimally, but we can. But there's some species that they do less well, and some that just can't. And it's yeah.
Use the Bible to do math. Irrelevant question. See?
Well, okay. Well, is it wrong for a human to go next door and kill the neighbor's baby and eat it? And if it's wrong, why do you think that is wrong?
This has nothing to do with evolution.
I'm going to jump in,
It's
guys.
also, okay, go ahead.
The redirect is nice. I appreciate
I would love to have a morality debate against Kent. Is it wrong to cheat on your taxes? Is it wrong not to take taxes and give them to the government for your employees? Is it wrong to structure payments? Is it wrong to hit your wife?
Yeah, or your child, or you know,
Right.
bring a known child predator into close proximity with children.
So I don't know why Kent is like, if I were Kent, I would, and I would never do the things Kent has done for a start, because I consider them just heinously immoral. But if I was Kent, I would avoid the moral argument completely.
Yeah, that seems. It's such a weird thing for him to do. Like, do you really want to talk about that, Kent?
Yeah, Kent Hovind taking a moral high ground? Really? Really?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Perhaps, since we do just have 20 minutes left, let's focus as much as we can on the common descent question. I do understand the importance of the morality topic, but with only 20 minutes left, let's do this. Let's consider that our 2 rounds complete. You both had about 22 minutes each to ask questions, and I enjoyed the fast-paced nature of it. I think you both did a good job keeping it engaging. So with
What
20
speed is
more
this on?
final minutes, let's do this.
Oh shit,
Since
we're on
Kent
normal.
I can. Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking Donnie's talking very slowly. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
It's fine. It's fine. I just,
Yeah, 90 minutes in, it's all right. We've spent way more time on us than on them anyway.
I don't know why.
That's the last question. Erik, let's give you the floor. You are in the affirmative, so let's have you pick the next topic pertaining to common descent. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I just figured we'd probably just do more questions back and forth, but instead of like Kent's not allowed to ask any questions, it's
Right,
a little bit
more
more of a
organic,
free for all. Yeah,
let's do that.
That's fine with me. Let's see. Kent, do you have an explanation for why did God design animals that live full time in the water, such as dolphins, to breathe air when other marine animals like fish don't do that?
Oh, yeah. If I was God, I would design a wide variety of things just to make people who don't want to believe in me anyway figure out some way to get around believing in me. I think he did it to just those who hate him.
So God did it to fuck with us.
Wow, what a absolutely crap answer. God did it to make you believe that evolution happened, while all the time laughing hysterically in the background.
Yeah, he's mean, he's petty, he's spiteful. In fairness, that does kind of match the description of the God in the Bible. But
what I would probably say to this is, so you acknowledge that the evidence is there that evolution is true. That God just put the evidence there to trick us. But the evidence is there.
Because that's fossils in the ground.
Implicitly, that's what he said. He said, if I was God, I would create all manner of things to make people believe in evolution. So you think God created the evidence, but the evidence is there.
Yeah, and on top of that, the arrogance, the fundamental arrogance of this
Mm.
kind of belief system. You know,
Yeah.
the whole universe exists just for Kent Hovind to have a place
Yeah.
to stand. The
I mean,
dolphins, all millions of years of dolphin existence is just to fuck with Kent Hovind's mind.
And here's the thing. A god also wants you to believe in him. So this sort of, well, a god wants to trick you to not believe in him, but that god wants you to believe. An omniscient god would know that if he puts down evidence like that, we're gonna believe the evidence. But I don't understand. This is a real flaw with Kent. He kind of puts this crap out there without actually thinking of the entailments of what he says. Because this entailment basically says, well, God wants you to believe in him while tricking you into not believing in him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Wow.
It's counterproductive, which goes to show Kent's god is a stupid, stupid god.
Mm.
Okay. He would leave traces and make them scratch their heads. Aha, I got him. Probably just to make evolutionists have justified themselves for not believing. But I think dolphins enjoy the way they're made, and they seem to be smiling all the time. Watch Flipper. So I don't think they would complain about their design.
So you think the reason God made animals that live in the water, breathe air, is
a lot
to
of
make...
a lot of captive dolphins are really depressed.
It's
Like,
true.
just they don't have the same fate. Like, this is the thing about Ken. He says this stuff, and is he trying to make a really dumb joke? Is he trying to act? Because just because the facial features of a dolphin or a dog looks like it's smiling doesn't mean that it's happy. That's sort of a primate, and more actually exclusively a human thing, because usually primates show their teeth when they're angry. Oh, I think we lost Ember. I think we lost Ems. All right, it's my show now. Buckle up. But yeah, I don't know why he says this kind of stuff. It's very sort of, he throws this out there, but again, he doesn't think about the entailments. Oh, dolphins are quite happy. No, we know that captive oceanic animals, mammals like dolphins, and more particularly orcas, get very depressed in captivity especially when they're sort of pens are substandard. Did you ever watch Blackfish, Kent? Did you ever watch that? Like, seriously, orcas have been known to try to sort of kill their trainers. They can get very depressed and not swim around. I don't see any reason. Like, and there's other questions of why these mammals are beaching themselves, for instance. It's interesting though, when sort of ocean-going mammals beach themselves, you'll see people come from all areas to help. People that maybe wouldn't help another human, which is interesting. It's sort of this acknowledgement that we help out. But I think it's lovely that sort of dolphins have been known to help humans at sea, and humans help dolphins on land. It's really interesting in a way, sort of this shared thing. But what does the happiness of a dolphin got to do with evolution, really? Like, when you get down to it. So this is just another thing that he's throwing out there just to muddy the water. Yeah, we know, Alex. Yeah, absolutely. We know that sort of dolphins as well can get depressed in captivity. A lot of their training regimes for the SeaWorld shows and stuff can really depress them. Animals have emotions too. Elephants can be depressed. I think there was a case of an elephant getting really depressed and having a mental break. It like just stood in a corner and watched one wall for ages and ages, like just in the corner, which is horrible. And zoos are kind of a sort of, I like zoos that are doing conservation efforts. So, for instance, the giant panda, when they do that, and the zoos that have natural habitats and are trying to do conservation. I do agree with that. That is better than letting an entire species die out. However, and this is a big however, zoos as a money-making opportunity can be really harmful for animals, and on principle, I disagree with them. I think we should have conservation centers and not zoos making money from the display and exploitation of animals. That's just my opinion. You can disagree. I do like that zoos do try to provide education. They help with getting people to understand the importance of conservation and the biosphere and the sort of natural world. I get all of that, but I think that we should treat animals humanely. And some zoos are better than others. It's really watching Tiger King, there were the zoos all along the sort of Midwestern belt that had just animals in very horrible conditions, kind of thing. They don't have anything really in their pens besides metal frames to climb on. Really, really horrible stuff. But on the other side, you do have stuff like there's an animal called a numbat in my state, and the Perth Zoo has really done a lot for conservation efforts on the numbat, and the numbat is very, very endangered. It's very, very cute too, incredibly cute. So yeah, if you haven't seen a numbat, it's interesting. It is a small marsupial. It's very hard to find. They're very, very elusive, but it's like a marsupial squirrel, and they are very, very endangered. Very endangered. So they've done a lot to sort of do conservation efforts on the numbat. That some zoos are better than others. Some zoos are better than others. I do acknowledge that. I really do. Platypuses are another one that's incredibly endangered in my area. And platypuses are cute as heck. So yeah. When don't we anger the gods, Ember? We always anger the gods. Ember's just saying that they have angered the gods. She has incurred the gods' wrath on her system. Really? An elephant yeeted rocks out of its enclosure? Really? I didn't hear about that one, but it doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Oh, that's in Morocco. Gotcha. Oh, a 7-year-old girl? Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Yeah, and I mean, look, sort of, you can't talk about animals in zoos without saying Rip Harambe. Does anyone remember that? Harambe? That was a gorilla that sort of a child fell into their enclosure and it ended up getting shot. And I understand why they did it. It just, it's really unfortunate. It was really unfortunate. I don't think that Harambe was actually going to hurt the child. Basically, what had happened, the child had fallen in. Harambe was a large male gorilla, and it had grabbed the child by the leg and was dragging it behind it. Now, the whole thing is that they don't think that it was trying to harm the child. Like, this is something, if there was a foreign gorilla, I don't know what a young gorilla is called, a gorilla child in the enclosure, or a young gorilla in the enclosure, it probably would have done the same thing, trying to find the mother. But a gorilla and a human are very different in the amount of force they can endure. So they shot Harambe, Rip Harambe, to save the child, because that child may have been hurt or even fatally injured by what Harambe was doing. And it's really unfortunate. It is really horrible, because I don't think that gorilla actually had any intention to harm the child. Seemed distraught, seemed upset. And we see a lot of this. And I like to point this out. Like, there have been cases of children falling in gorilla pens, and the dominant male, the silverback, has actually protected the child from all the other gorillas, like chased them off. Just basically, there was one where a child fell in and a large female gorilla actually stroked the child's shoulder. Like, the concern that they show over their fellow ape is, it is interesting. It's striking. That's one of the examples I use to show empathy in nature. We're not the same species as gorillas, but when that child fell in, the gorillas were actually concerned over the child's well-being. There was no malice there. I agree with you, Porpoise, that those big cat things are, I watched Tiger King. It was horrifying. Especially seeing some of their staff sort of, lose an arm to the tiger, and sort of why they're not shut down is completely beyond me. Yeah, Rip Harambe. I gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. It's a horrible thing, but I don't think. But I do like to point out the times when children have fallen in, and the gorillas have been absolutely concerned for their well-being. They don't have a god. Right? There's no gorilla god. They're not worshipping Jesus, but they still find concern for a fellow, not even of their own species, a fellow organism that falls into their pen, and they're concerned over it. It does happen. And there is video footage of that, the gorilla trying to comfort the child. It's really incredible footage. It's really incredible footage. Oh, you're back. Okay. I talked about Harambe for 5 minutes while you were gone, by the way.
I heard, yeah. And thank you for vamping. I really borked my system. Yep. It took forever to reload. Oh goodness. But yeah, Rip Harambe. That's when the world fell apart, and we skewed into an alternate timeline where everything just went to shit. That's what did it. That's what it was. I think I read the timestamp wrong when I was coming back, because I don't remember this super chat being up here. Oh well, let's go back a little. It might be. Yeah, it was after that. Oh, we'll just speed through to get back to where it'll be fine.
Fine, it's all good.
Yeah.
Fossil record and the geologic column. So bigger picture questions there. And today we focus a lot on biology and genetics. So very good. Okay, let's get into some of these audience questions. We'll never be able to get through all of these, but we'll get through as many as we can. And it looks like we have a good mix of questions for the both of you, as we've had a good mix of views in the chat tonight. So here we go. Whoever gets the question.
Okay, I guess the Q&A started earlier than we anticipated. Oh,
yeah.
All right. Let's do some of the questions then, I guess.
Question gets the last word. So, for example, first question is for you, Erik. We'll let you respond. Kent can respond as well. If he wants to rebut something like that, he can do so. And then we would just throw it back to you for the final word. Dustin Buck, $10 super chat. Appreciate the support. Here's the question. If genetic similarity is the way we prove relation, then why cannot a monkey's heart be used in a human's body if we are so closely related? Go ahead.
If humans come from Adam and Eve, then how come sometimes humans reject organs that are donated? Like, the idea that this was a gotcha is so preposterous. Human to human organ transplants don't always take, because there are critical like antigen markers that our organs have on them, and your body can reject them. So this wouldn't prove that evolution is false. Again, you could just turn this around and say Adam and Eve couldn't have existed. Humans can't be related because human organ transplants get rejected. Now that's a dumb argument, and that's the point. So
yeah.
So yeah. And I just want to mention Dustin Buck, someone I've got to put up. I keep like forgetting to do it or not having time. I've got to do an introduction and put up a room rumble with Dustin Buck. He gets thoroughly sort of, the ridiculousness that it gets to is awesome. So I really have to put that up. But so the reason why we can transplant from pigs isn't because we're more similar to pigs, right? It's because we genetically modify pigs in order that their hearts can be used without so much, to try and mitigate that problem of rejection. Okay, we actually create the hearts to be used by genetically manipulating pigs. The problem with using, say, a chimpanzee, and he's asked this to me before, so he knows the answer to this question, is because, and he knows the answer, Phantom, it's because, chimpanzees, unlike pigs, are pretty rare. Like we don't just breed chimpanzees like we do pigs. Like there's a lot of pigs out there. I think there's more pigs in one state than there is people. That is not
Yes.
the same case for chimpanzees, right? So it just comes down to a matter of, well, it costs so much more to use a chimpanzee heart. But if we genetically modified their heart, I don't see why we would not be able to use a chimpanzee heart.
Conceivably, I suppose. No, it's just really wild to me. But Erik touches on another interesting side topic. It just kind of
Yeah.
glances at it. If we
Yeah.
define species as the ability of, two members to bring forth after their kind, then
Yep.
there are humans not in the same species as another human, because there are people who aren't genetically compatible. Or at least they won't produce a viable offspring. Like there a good friend of mine is with child right now, and they have to take a drug because there's a blood type mismatch. If it weren't for the drug suppressing their immune system, they'd spontaneously abort, Humans can't breed with humans, so clearly there's multiple species of humans.
Not a great question.
Okay, thank you, Erik. Kent, over to you.
He evaded that one completely. So yes, the idea of animals or transplanting organs at all is pretty incredible. It takes a bunch of really intelligent doctors to do such a thing, okay? Because every organ is so complex, it could not possibly have formed itself by chance. If there are similarities between the human heart and the monkey heart, and there probably are.
Okay, I know they say some stupid fucking things, but the organs form themselves now? What?
It couldn't have possibly formed itself. Why do you do you think that in the womb when the baby is growing that something comes in and shoves a heart into it? Like what do you think happens?
It's the Jesus particles.
What the hell? My heart's so complicated it couldn't possibly have grown from cells.
That's right. It's like saying, my housemate has a Lego Star Destroyer, and it's so complicated. It couldn't have possibly have been built from mere Legos. There's something else at work. A god, you might say. Wow.
There are billions of similarities. I would say the same designer made them. But I'm not requiring everybody teach for my theory or philosophy or religion. You be taught. Erik wants to require that everybody teach his. Humans and monkeys all came and are related to potatoes and all came from an amoeba-like creature over billions of changes. That's not science. I said that. I'll say it till I die. It's not science. It's a religious belief. He will never admit it.
Thank you, Kent. Erik, you get the last word if you'd like it.
No, I mean, I answered the question. I addressed it. So, you could just say, if God intelligently designed these organs, then why don't they work? It's such a bad question.
Okay. Yeah, that's another one. It's been a staple since the early days of the channel. Like my third video was responding to a creationist who was like a dentist and became convinced of creationism because of like eyeballs or something, how complex the human eye is. I forget the fella's name because it's been a while, but like in the whole interview, he's wearing glasses. I'm just like, how perfectly designed are your eyeballs, my guy? You're wearing fucking glasses.
And there's better designs in nature. Like we have a blind spot in our eye because of the way the cornea, not the cornea, the back of the eye hits the optic bundle. It's kind of backwards. So if you put your finger above your eye, you can sort of see it in your periphery. If you put it down here, you can't actually see the tip of your finger. It's wild when you actually think about it. Like it has this blind spot below it, but that's because of the way that it is. The octopus doesn't have that problem because it's wired correctly, kind of thing. Better. It is a more optimized version. It's a better version. It's a more efficient version, which is wild that we don't even have the best eyeball in the animal kingdom, much less, any organism.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas that sort of thing does point very, very strongly to evolution, because having a blind spot right there, not significant for our survival. So evolution didn't select that trait out.
Okay, thank you for the responses, Erik and Kent. Next question is for you, Kent. Comes in from Mope35. if it took just 400 years for I think he probably means 4,000 years for the thousands of species to emerge from only 8,000, why have they not observed to continue diversifying so fast for the past 100 years? Go ahead, Ken.
Well, I think you have to really define what you mean by some of the terms there, but I think we've seen that. Animal breeders, like cows, for instance, farmers have been able to selectively breed creatures and get whole new varieties within just a few hundred years. New different kinds of plants. Like
Right, but that's humans doing that on purpose, Kent. He's asking
Yes.
about the post-flood baraminology, rapid diversification to get from 8,000 species to the millions we have today. You know, somebody did the math and it works out to something like 4 species a day.
Yeah.
Over thousands of years. So why is that not still happening? What?
Yeah.
And you know, you could say maybe it is still happening, whatever. But Kent makes this big deal out of we've never observed an amoeba create a non-amoeba or a dog non-dog, etc., etc. We've never observed this. Like at this rate, it's wild.
Species dying per day that we've found no longer exist that are extinct. I mean, Kent would probably say, "Oh, it all happened in the flood," kind of thing. But you know, what? That this is ridiculous. This is high population.
Yeah, it's just more of that super number inflation that has to go along with the trying to do the flood as a literal thing, just like the heat problem, and there's a gazillion other problems. Gutsick Gibbon did before she even got big into the heat problem. She did a video about 5 fatal flaws in flood theory, or I'm misremember the title, but it is made of problems. There's no sound part of that model at all.
And as I've mentioned before, it's like a dam. Like they've got all these holes in it. They try to plug one, and it opens up 2 more. Like their solutions just cause more problems. This is what happens when you're trying to, spackle up an issue that can't be resolved because it's not true. You just get more problems occurring. Oh, how did that solve the heat problem? Oh, the ice canopy. And then, 5 other holes open up with like, how did this work? How did that work? How did plants get sunlight? If they did get sunlight, how was it not a greenhouse effect? Just more and more and more problems.
Yeah. And then there's the whole moon thing, but we won't get into that on this. Well, maybe we will. We'll see if it comes up.
Like corn coming from maize. That was done because of farmers doing that over just a short few hundred, if maybe 1,000 years or so. So we have developed lots of new varieties. Man has worked to develop them. Sometimes nature develops them by the climate. If it's too cold, only the dogs or animals with long, thick fur will survive.
Oh, so they'll adapt to their changing environment.
Well, he thinks adaptation isn't evolution. He thinks it's an adaptation, like microevolution, and there's no difference in the process. Like it's just time frame. But this 8,000 species to the millions of species we have today is ridiculous. It's so ludicrous. Like
literally laughable, which is why I laugh.
So there's natural selection and there's artificial selection. Both accomplish the same goal of creating new varieties. I think I had a family, 4 generations of dog breeders. They were in my seminar one time. And one of the ladies said, "Oh yeah, our family, if you gave us just 5 or 6, I think, generic mutts, pick some mutts out of the dog pound, we could selectively breed from those mutts over 100 years and create every breed of dog today. We could make a Chihuahua and a Great Dane and everything in between." So I think it certainly, for it to happen naturally in 4,400 years since Noah's flood, not a problem for me to believe all those.
Yeah, and sort of, can we just acknowledge for a second that Kent is citing some dog breeders he met one time.
That is the best citation, of course.
Yeah.
I met these people this one time at band camp. There was a dog breeder. Wow.
Yeah, but they're talking about taking one dog and getting every breed of dog within 100 years. What a pile of crap. Like, seriously, what an absolute pile of crap. He's full of it. Because he spoke to a dog breeder one time.
Yeah. Yeah. We got everything from Chihuahuas to Great Danes and Mastiffs and Poodles.
Dachshunds.
Yeah. All of them.
Malamutes,
raises,
Huskies.
as you were saying earlier, it's like the Hydra thing. Even if that were a solution, it raises more problems because, like, why don't we see that kind of rapid diversification within, say, humans?
Right.
Why aren't there, you know, a dozen flavors of human? Very peculiar.
And why do people have to spend generations breeding dogs up? You know, getting a new breed of dog. Why? You know, and they're still like when we see a new breed of dog, it still looks like a combination between the breeds that it came from. Like it's not a new thing. You know, like something like the Dachshund, you can't just take a husky and, you know, within 100 years get a Dachshund. What are you talking about? It's so ridiculous.
What fun! What fun!
Mm-hmm.
And if it is possible, I encourage any creationist who watches this video, put your money where your mouth is. Do an experiment.
Yep.
Show us turning a Chihuahua into a Husky or a Dachshund or whatever. Turn one thing into any other thing. It'll be amazing.
You have to interbreed them. So, you know, that level of interbreeding, trying to produce a dog like that, you would have problems with, you know, genetic issues just from the interbreed. Look at the pug. You know, that has massive genetic issues because it's been so interbred. It's a real problem. So, you know, I think that you would have to argue that you'd produce stable and, you know, animals as well, which would require a much larger population. I don't know why we should pay any attention to a breeder that Kent talked to once.
Assuming they ever existed, and Kent is remembering the conversation correctly and is being honest about it, which would be the first honest thing he said in the debate, if so. But, you know, it makes me wonder if his name is even Kent Hovind. Like, is it actually Kenneth? And he just shortened it. I don't know.
Out of nothing exploding. That's a big problem for the evolution. They believe all the dogs came from a dot of nothing exploding. That's dumb.
Thank you, Kent. Erik, over to you.
Yeah, this is a really good question because this is where Kent's worldview becomes testable. We take the arithmetic of how long it's been since that event and how many species were on the ark and how many we have today, do some really simple division, and it would tell us on average this many new species should be popping out of animals and plants and whatever. Well, it'd just be animals, I guess, on the ark, but whatever. We should see this many per day. Why don't we see that happening today? And I mean, Kent didn't even try to address that. He just said the Big Bang is false and evolution is false. So.
Okay, Kent, you get the last word.
I did address it. I said, and farmers do this all the time today. They create new varieties. I think we can see it happening. There was no such thing as a Chihuahua at some point in human history. Somebody decided they wanted a lap dog, and so they had somebody selectively breed smaller. Now they have a teacup Chihuahua. All this has happened in my lifetime. A lot of this happened in my lifetime. Brand new varieties have been created by man artificially selecting what he wants. So if it can happen by artificial selection in a short human lifetime, then I think to say natural selection, or maybe even it was human artificial selection back 4,400 years ago. Maybe Noah decided he wanted cows that give more milk, so he selected those to breed and, you know, sold off or ate the rest of them. And pretty soon you got a herd of dairy cows. I think every farmer with an understanding of how genetics works would tell you, yeah, it's not hard. You can get cows that give more milk. My neighbor has a lot of cows. He's going to take.
It's not hard. It took us thousands of years to get. So corn here in the Western Hemisphere, it's native to much lower latitudes, and you can't just take corn and move it way the fuck up to Iowa or whatever. It won't grow. You have to move it a fraction of a degree of latitude and then grow it a few generations so it adapts, and then move it another fraction of a degree. And it took thousands of years to bring corn up to Iowa. Not to mention the selective breeding stuff that was involved in turning wild maize into modern corn, but that's a whole other thing. It's just wowzers.
Yeah, and I think I would sort of, you know, the teacup. What do you say? Teacup Chihuahuas, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, well, it's still a Chihuahua, Kent.
Right?
Here's his own argument against him. Yeah, it's still a Chihuahua, Kent.
Love it.
I don't see a Chihuahua bring forth a non-Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Take some of our
Because
zebras.
that's the
take them
thing.
to the market for it.
Things don't change that much when they need it to, and it changes insanely rapidly when they need it to. It's such, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm also curious. Speaking of things changing unexpectedly much, I'm very curious about the creationist explanation for the Cambrian explosion and the huge extinction that came afterwards. Like, if all the
They don't
extinction
believe
were
in the fossil
actually the
record.
flood,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
they're all sea creatures. What's the flood gonna do? Very strange.
Yeah, very strange.
He said, you don't need those. You need this zebu right here to be the daddy of all the rest of them. So people who understand cows will say, yeah, you can selectively breed your cows and get a desired trait that you want. You want them to be gentle. You want them to be ferocious. Like they bred dogs to be ferocious. They bred dogs to be gentle.
I feel like Planet Peterson looks right now.
That's
like,
fair.
This is just nonsense, you know, like, no, I get you, man. I listen, mate, I understand. Yeah, this is the same old tired thing we keep hearing ad nauseum. Doesn't make sense. Like, it's just him. It's basically old man yells at cloud is basically what this is.
Yeah, I'd get out the graphic, but I haven't rebooted. I only loaded what I needed to get the stream going again. So we'll just have to, imagine, which is also a button, but details.
You can observe it. I did answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the final word there, Kent. Next one for you, Erik, comes in from George Bond. Appreciate the support for tonight's debate there, George. Here's the question. A 4D quaternary code self-assembling into 64 codons that arranged into prescriptive info and decision-making algorithms can't happen from rock soup. Information requires a sender, and decision algorithms requires a forward planner. Feel free to speak to that, Erik.
That's not a question.
Just first off, if you ever meet George Bond, he claims that he's going to produce a mathematical solution to the heat problem. They're working on the math to explain where all the heat goes from, say, radioactive decay. He's working on the physics with, I think, David McQueen, maybe. I might be wrong about that, but I think him and David McQueen are working on the math that will explain the heat problem. So if George Bond ever hassles you, ask him for his math on the heat problem and how he explains radiometric decay. Because trust me, bro, they're working on it.
Mm-hmm. We've been waiting on a solution there for a while, but they're working, and
yeah. Basically, it would have to involve rewriting physics. So George Bond thinks he's going to come up with basically a new version of physics, which is hilarious, quite frankly.
I mean, Terrence Howard came out with a new version of math, so
yeah,
you never know.
This is, again, this is question begging, circular reasoning, and an argument from incredulity. That life arose naturally. Nuh-uh, there's a code. The code needs a designer. How do I know that? Because codes are designed and have a designer. No, this isn't an argument. There's no evidence brought up here. It's not even a question. And it's complete question begging and circularity. So I don't...
And it's a straw man.
And a category error. And an argument from definition. It's like, it's a big old pile of fallacies. He got his money's worth with that one.
Yeah, and the straw man as well. Like, we don't think the rock soup is how it happened. So, and I mean, I got that the other day. Like, you think you came from a rock, and it's like, no, we think we came from chemicals. Some of those chemicals were from rocks. Some of those chemicals were from the air. Some of those chemicals may have been from water. Like, why do you think? Why aren't we saying we think we came from the atmosphere? Because some of the chemicals were in that.
Yeah, that's
like,
a really good point.
Oh, but phosphates are important to think of. Yeah, but rocks are generally silicates. So we think that we came from chemicals in the rocks, and yes, they are minerals, but you're completely straw manning what we actually think.
Projecting, one might say, because as has been pointed out numerous times, Kent actually does believe that we came from dirt.
Yeah, or dust, and had life breathed into them, kind of thing. It's kind
a
of
golem spell.
I mean, if somebody's going to say that, I think you're quite entitled to say, well, you think we came from a magic man, is more than reasonable. Because if you're going to straw man, that's a straw man as well. Like, why should we not, be accurately representing their beliefs if they're not accurately representing ours? I really do feel that may warrant it's better explanation than a magic man or a sky daddy or something like that. I think that warrants it.
Oh, for sure.
Like, if I can attempt to address part of it, I guess, this whole thing about like information and algorithms, those are just abstractions that we attach to things. This whole thing about DNA being information, being code or whatever, is just a useful convention about the way we speak about things. It's not unique to DNA. Like, literally, you can say that a hydrogen atom has coded information in it because its electron informs you about its chemical properties. Now, why does nobody make that argument? Because they're not trying to look at that to assert the conclusion that they already have in mind. When you press them on this, they sometimes capitulate and say like, oh yeah, that's designed too. So, I mean, there's nothing here. It's not even a question. So I don't even know what I'm supposed to say, but.
Thank you, Erik. Kent, any thoughts on that?
Well, I would say the code from the 64.
So that Donnie's Donnieing. You know, Erik answered, Kent answered, and Donnie says, Erik, you get the final word. And as soon as Erik finishes, he goes, Kent, do you have anything to say about that? Like, what are we doing?
I think that was his first. That was Planet Peterson's first answer. So he'll go to Kent for a rebuttal, and then he should go back to Planet Peterson.
I thought we ran through this one already. Perhaps I am.
I don't think so.
I may be confused. It happens.
It happens.
4 codons that you can get from the quaternary code of CATG is really phenomenal. And you do have to have something to assemble the code, something to read the code. We have a code in English, 26 letters. I'm holding a book by Charlie Darwin here. I bet I could read this and my brain could process. It's nothing but ink on paper. But it's actually more than that.
You should
this
read
ink on
it.
paper is carrying
You should read it.
In this case, stupid information.
Yeah.
But it's carrying information. I have a mechanism to read it, digest it, understand it. And so I think that the body, to take the DNA code that's in every cell and be able to use that to do things like digestion and cell replication and healing and balance and vision is phenomenal. I don't have a problem worshiping God for his amazing creation. I think it's wonderful.
It doesn't read it. It doesn't store it in memory. It doesn't do any of those things. It just does chemical processes on it. It doesn't, because when you read something, you store that as information. You take it in, you read it, you store it in memory, you can recall it, all that kind of stuff. That is not how DNA is working, or the transcription is working. That isn't.
I think I see the fundamental problem with this type of, fundamental Christianity. Because in one of these here holy books, 66 books in this particular edition. It's actually a tiny little library. There's 66 books written by something like 40 different authors on 3 continents over 1,500 years. You've all heard it a gazillion times. They're, at least in this translation, they're all written with the same letters. Therefore, the communication is being done in the same code. It was created by the same designer. It has to be, because it's the same kind of code, right? It's the same letters. So, therefore, it was all actually the same author, like we were talking about earlier, except now it's just this one book. It has one author. It has to be. And in fact, every book written with these letters has to have the same author. So it could only be God, but every book ever written also has to be by God, by
Right.
Yahweh/Jesus specifically. So the next time you read 50 Shades of Grey, remember, Jesus wrote that.
Jesus wrote it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And can I just point out just how, look at that smug look. He thinks he's made a good point. It's so sad. Like, he thinks he's actually made a good point. Oh, well, the alphabet has this letters, and
He's borderline self-debunking. He's saying
yeah.
There's a code written in letters, just like DNA. So we know. So I'm going to use that to argue that DNA must have one single designer.
Mm-hmm.
Wild. Chuck Tingle.
Chuck Tingle, yes.
Chuck Tingle wrote the Bible because it's all the same author.
I mean, I've never read any of his books, but I just love the titles of them.
Yes.
If you're unaware of Chuck Tingle, he writes these really trashy gay porn books, basically, and the titles are incredible. Like they're incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we went off on a bunch of them on one of Doc Dyer's streams one time.
Yeah, like things like pounded in the ass by a sentient library card or something like that. Just hilarious stuff. Like just fantastic.
Oh, Fern is offended.
Sorry.
50 Shades of Jesus. That's right, John.
50 Jesus. Oh dear. Well, in the Bible, if they beat him and stuff, he probably did have 50 shades. You know, like,
it's true. It's true. But you know, the sad thing is the trashiest or dirtiest or whatever you can think of story you can name is still not as dirty and full of horrid, wretched wickedness and sin than this thing. Like, as Chris from the Daily Atheist Morning Show frequently points out, the first 12 generations of humanity were marrying their fucking sisters.
Oh, yeah.
It's wow. It's yeah, kind of special. Which is more proof that, you know, Jesus wrote all the
yeah. He's not the Messiah.
Go ahead if
He's
you'd like.
A very naughty boy.
That's right. It's all what if the stories, the Pentateuch, those were actually a very prototypical romance novel. Like, we have to have like the action story. First we have to have the origin story to, you know, build up literally world building for our novel, right? Yeah. And then we get into the character stories and whatnot. And at first we'll just go through a whole bunch of begots because we got to get right to the bringing forth. But that's not really enough for the reader. So we got to add some action, some story, some drama. Let's, you know, take the people to Egypt and we'll have, you know, our hero sell his wife to Pharaoh for, you know, STDs or whatever the fuck. The story gets more dynamic as we go because, you know, the universal fiction authors figuring it out.
Stuff like Samson, you know, beating people with a jaw of an ass and things, you know, the Hercules character kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's why the story goes like it does. Like, you know, Exodus, it was poorly received, so they had to come out with Deuteronomy to redo it, or possibly Leviticus, one of those. But like the story just keeps picking up more and more mystical nonsense, like, you know, burning bushes and city walls tumbling down, and finally you get to the end where there's nothing left to do except have the hero come back from the fucking dead.
Yeah. Retcon, like, if ever I've heard it.
That's right.
Yeah.
The last word on it, you can, Erik.
Sure. Literally everything about the way DNA works, it's literally just physical chemistry, non-miraculous physical chemistry.
Yeah.
It doesn't require a magical beginning or explanation to describe how it got here.
Okay, thank you, Erik. All right, here we go. Next question from the Wizard Show. Wade the Wizard, who had plenty of debates with you, Kent. He's got a question for you. You claim that all life is intelligently designed. Can you please explain how you determine?
Is it what now?
Is that Wade the Wizard? Wade, I was talking to him a while back. I have to get in contact with him again. Wade the Wizard. He has done a lot of debates to get Kent, and he's a really nice guy, actually.
Yeah, that's not one I'm familiar with.
Yeah, sorry, Wade, if you ever watch this. Sorry, I've just been busy, mate. I'm so sorry.
It happens. Let's see. The Wizard Show. Here, this tab. Wade the Wizard. Here we go. 347 subscribers. Let's see if we can improve that situation slightly. I'm going to drop a link in the chat.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I mean, I have no idea how cool this person is. I'm going entirely by your word. But we've got a response to Jubilee, which seems fun and interesting. We've got the atheism tier list. Invented a new religion. Seems like a fun person. I dig it. I dig
Yeah.
it. And I'll take this opportunity to mention I've been getting requests to do another Skeptic Space show highlighting channels that, you know, we may not have heard of. And this is one such. So I'm going to click the little button myself right now. Instead
Randolph
of doing
Richardson
that, what's that?
was doing that. Randolph Richardson was doing that at one point. I'm not sure how far he got through the list because there were a lot of them, but he was going
There
through
are.
multiple channels kind of thing. There's tons of them.
There are, yes. And I haven't done one since New Year's of last year, which is why I've been getting requests for it. So I've been trying to set up the background. Instead of doing just a show that will immediately become irrelevant and whatnot, I'm setting up a channel specifically for that. You may recall a little while back I was talking about a bunch of us creators getting together and like running little promos for each other's channels as like an intermission thing. I think that's a great idea, but the downside is nobody has time to make commercials for their own channel to send to everybody else. So instead, I'm just going to do a channel specifically for that. And I wonder if it'll come up in my own search.
Well, if you've got the time, Ember, you've already started like 3 channels and working on a fourth.
I'm horrible. I'm horrible.
No, you're not horrible.
Well,
they're really good ideas. That's the problem. They're really good ideas, and I wish I had as good ideas as you did, but you know I don't. So it's fantastic ideas, really.
I typed it in wrong. I am bad at my.
Okay.
Fuck's sake, Ember! There's a link on my freaking website. Why am I like this? Okay, here it is. Association of Skeptics and Humanists, because I'm keeping the ASH acronym, because Ember's Ashes. So this is going to be the channel where it happens. This is obviously just the rough shell of things. I have like one community post, but I'm working on stuff. The idea is, and I was talking with Joe about this on his last stream. He helped flesh out the idea a little bit. We're gonna try to set up like a 24-hour live stream featuring a creator's own greatest hits. Like in Joe's case, it might be stuff like his Kenneth Copeland videos, his old Atheist Lives interview, so on and so forth. And then at the 23rd hour, live interview with that creator. And that way,
we've got a request to switch to dark mode, by the way, which is probably a good idea.
I can't do dark mode because...
you just go to your little YouTube thing and there should be about halfway down a dark mode, I think. Or is it in settings?
Oh, I could probably find the button. It's just my monitor is part of my lighting setup.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Look, I tried. I tried.
Yeah. It's so bright. You're a fern. You should like light. I don't know.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, okay.
She's got you there, Fern. She's got you there. You know.
Yeah. But enough of my side project. I just wanted to throw it out there. And if you're a creator and you want to be part of this, the whole point is community building. Like, I don't know if it's ever going to go anywhere. I hope it will. But if it ever gets monetized, the entire point will be so we get all badges and emojis and we can do live redirects. Like, we'll be able to do the live stream highlight thing and then redirect to the live interview as a standalone, stuff like that. We'll probably pick a charity or something to send any proceeds to.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, if you're a creator and you're interested, bug me, Discord, email, whatever. And if you know a creator, tell them what we're trying to do here, because as I often say, building community is so important, because we all have diverse views, different takes on things. One of us will see something that nobody else does. you never know which one of us is going to have the specific take or life experience that gets through to someone to help them break free of this blood cult of death magic. So yeah. Oh, and Doc has returned to tell us that Creation Science Theater will be returning probably tomorrow afternoon, it seems. So that's a thing to look forward to as well. I caught Doc lurking in Dapper's stream, like not in the chat, but like actually in the stream. I know Doc has a tendency to go visit Dapper, and that's wonderful to see. It just, I don't have my sound effects pulled up, Fern. I'm sorry. That blue screen set me back. Yeah, I don't know about afternoon. I know Sundays are a little crowded.
Yeah.
But
afternoon is Bad Science Sunday's usually on a bit later. Don't you have something before Bad Science Sunday? You have your show before Bad Science
Atheist
Sunday?
Lives are 8
Yep.
Eastern. This week, Mikey Famine is dropping in.
Oh,
which
cool.
should be really cool because
he's a riot. I like Mikey.
He's amazing, really cool. and he doesn't get enough spotlight because a lot of people see him as like Neil's co-host or the Bin podcast co-host. Like Mikey's a whole person. Damn it.
Yeah.
All right. Enough shilling for now. Thank you all for indulging me. Let's continue with this shit show.
If something is designed,
I think there's all of human history and all of intuition would give us lots of experience with that. If I'm walking through the gravel pit here in Lenox, Alabama, and I find an arrowhead, I would have to conclude this is designed for a purpose. Okay, it's got the notches in it, and it can tie to a stick or something to make an arrow. I think even finding an arrowhead amongst the gravel would be intuitive. It had a designer. If you're walking down the highway and you find a penny laying on the highway, you would automatically conclude that.
No, like you could find something that you think is an arrowhead, like a triangular rock. It doesn't mean that a human created it. Like you get those naturally occurring stones with a hole in the middle, and they've got a perfect hole. They happen in rivers where just the river creates it, but they look made because they've got a perfect hole in the middle. But they're not. They're just naturally occurring.
Yeah, we get all kinds of interesting things in nature, but fundamentally, this is a variant of the watchmaker argument. And if you find a watch, it was made by someone. But the fact he's mentioning stone tools is hilarious because we know there are stone tools not made by humans. There are chimps today making and using stone tools. Like just sharpened rocks, basically. But it happens, and you can tell. Like that's another thing Erica does is she's got a section of one of her long videos where she talks about how we know the differences between a human-made tool and a primate-made tool, or a different primate-made tool, and there's millions of them all over the damn place. So yes, those tools did have a designer, but it wasn't a human. So even if we could, is Kent indicating that the universe was made by possibly a drunken baboon, maybe?
Maybe. Well, the stones I'm talking about is it's called a hag stone or an adder stone. And people thought they were magical. Like looking through it, you could see through the disguise of a witch or a fairy by looking through the whole kind of thing. So this idea that it looks made by something, and in this case, made by magic, has been around for a while. This is what people used to believe. But it's not magic and it's not a god. It's just naturally occurring. So yeah, we find a triangular piece of rock. In order to find out that it's an arrowhead, we look at it and it has the carvings. We have to look at it. We don't just assume that it's made because it looks made. That's not how anything works.
I mean, it looks like a maple leaf, Mark.
It does look like a maple leaf. I do have to admit. The other one I use is snowflakes, right? They form in geometric patterns and they look made to us because they're so precise and so. But there's nobody stamping out snowflakes or anything like that. It's just a naturally occurring thing. We can't just look at things and go, oh, well, I guess it's made, so therefore it is. it's a really terrible argument.
Yeah, one of many. Ugh.
Happened by chance in a copper mine. No, you would conclude somebody designed it. So I think, I don't know that there's a simple answer to that question, but I think it's obvious to a 4-year-old what is designed and what isn't in almost all cases. Do you think a single cell, by the
Where's
way, Wade
the
will meet you again
screen
anytime,
gone?
please bring it on. Come visit us.
So there, because this particular copy of the stream came from Planet Peterson, there was some kind of
Oh.
glitch, and
Gotcha.
yeah, Donnie just went I think he mentions it soon. How for him the screen was gone, and Donnie just hand waves and is, oh, it's fine on my end. I don't know, but they do come back eventually. But it just kind of amuses me that it's glitchful.
On you can sit right here and have the debate. Okay, but you can't even bring your hat. But I think that it's just intuitive at all levels. That, hey, this had to be designed. A penny has to be designed. A pencil had to be designed. These things don't happen in nature. All of our human experience through all of human history it's easy to tell if something was made or something is just natural, like my gravel pit here. We got trillions of rocks. If I find an arrowhead, I'll know right away that was designed. If you can't figure out what was designed, I can't help you there. Okay?
Well, that kind of implies, again, this is the big downfall of the watchmaker argument, is if there's a difference between designed and undesigned, then there are things that are undesigned, and therefore not everything was made by the designer. Some things had to be not designed by the designer.
Yeah. In order to say, hey, it looks designed. Because when you're saying I find an arrowhead and it looks designed, the rocks beside it are designed as well. And so is the leaf next to that, and the air above it, and the earth below it, and everything around you is all designed. So why does the arrowhead stand out at all?
Yeah, it's all watches. I'll never forget the way Matt Dillahunty put it years ago. He says, you're saying you're finding a watch on a trail that's made of watches and picking it up with a hand made of watches and going, look how remarkable this watch is.
Yep.
Although in a way, that's kind of true, because like we can use atoms to make clocks. Like our atomic clocks are generally cesium, I believe. But you an atom is a clock after a fashion, so you could say everything is made of tiny little watches.
Yep.
Thank you, Kent. Erik, over to you.
I mean, Kent didn't give us an explanation for how he thinks anything is designed there. I didn't hear one, at least. I got a little distracted because our screens are all blank on my end. So I was trying to figure out if my computer glitched or something. But yeah, this whole thing about design, it's just completely circular. Everything is designed. How do we know that? Because it has to be designed to be the way it is. Therefore, it's designed. I mean, if Kent could like point to something that isn't designed and then something that is in nature, and then specifically describe to us how he knows one is and one isn't, and then I mean, that would be interesting. But you can't point to an engine because we already know that the engine is designed, I guess. So, yeah.
And before you respond, Erik, can you see us now, or is it still glitching?
Because that's designed too. So the question would be, what isn't designed?
Yeah. And fair point, Maya. That's a fair criticism. I need to stop helping these fuckers.
No, I think it's fine, because whenever we sort of steel man somebody's argument, we always come up with counters to that steel man. So I don't think you're helping them at all. I think that you're helping us by engaging that critical thinking to take apart, what you come up with. I don't think you're helping them at all.
It's a fun thought exercise and often enlightening. I used to do a similar thing with physics. Like I would look at particularly in cosmology, but sometimes in other areas of physics, and I'd try to explore a counterfactual concept. I'd basically take the concept and turn it upside down and inside out and see if anything fun fell out. I spent a lot of time trying to disprove the Big Bang, which is why Daryl Frost and I kind of got along for a minute before he got really obnoxious about it. And you find some fun shit when you do that. You don't disprove, you don't overturn relativity or anything, but you can, I don't know. You can understand things in a different way, and sometimes that helps add context to other concepts that aren't as obviously related. And also, it's fun.
It's fun. Yeah.
No, everything
Thought
is.
exercise
I can
is
see
fun.
the.
What's that?
Thought exercises are fun.
Yeah. That's how Einstein did what Einstein do.
Yep.
It's true. Atoms are not watches.
How do
But
you know? You ever
watches.
seen an atom?
That's right. Watches are made of atoms, though. Composition division fallacy. See, I'm
Oh,
doing
yeah.
it again.
Big time.
I'm
Yeah.
doing it to my own argument.
Questions. It's just that our little boxes where our faces are. That's a blank.
I
on
did
my
just
screen.
check. I did just check the live show. It is showing up, so it could be on your end.
Yeah,
But as long
no
as you can
worries.
see, okay, as long as you can see the questions, we're good. And Kent, go ahead. You get the last word.
I think Erik unknowingly gave the same answer that I said before. We know how DNA works. It doesn't explain the origin of it. We know how engines work. That doesn't explain the origin of it. We know how pencils work. That will not explain the origin of it. We know how arrowheads.
Well, no, it kind of does though.
Yeah.
Like we can analyze. I mean, for fuck's sake, our forensic science has gotten so advanced. We could probably take that pencil and do an analysis on the wood and figure out to within a few hundred square miles what fucking forest the tree grew in. You know?
Yeah.
It's wow, wowzers. A similar thing with engines. Like reverse engineering is a thing. You can take a thing apart, figure out how it works, and learn how to make another one. It won't tell you where the factory it was built in was, but you can learn how it was made. That's the whole point. So that does work with engines and pencils.
Arrowheads are supposed to look. That doesn't explain the origin. There has to be a designer for an arrowhead. There's a designer for the pencil. It's circular reasoning. This is what he's been doing all night. He starts off saying, we know evolution is true. Therefore, let's look for evidence to support it. You don't know evolution is true. Stop right there. You kept saying, well, if birds evolved, stop. Your first three words are wrong. You don't know birds evolved, and they didn't evolve.
That's why I said if. I didn't say they are. I said
That's
if.
right. It is
How are you?
circular
This is
reasoning.
phenomenally
Erik,
basic logic and
It is
English.
and you have circular reasoning all evening. You start with the assumption evolution is true. Now let's look for evidence for our theory. If it doesn't match your theory, we'll say, well, we don't know yet, but we're going to find it. Okay. But
Oh,
you
The
don't have to
irony.
like science. It's not science, Erik. You have a religious belief. It's a real
Irony.
Gigantic irony. It's
Yeah.
wow.
It's an incredible amount of irony. Like, just incredible. Like, you start with the conclusion, like, I don't know, God did all of this, and then you just fill in the blanks to account for it. Oh, really?
Yeah. Pretty special. It's
Well, it's kind of, and what Kent does, he basically just has a preconceived idea and then just tries to explain away everything that we've discovered in science about the evolution of organisms. He doesn't actually, and I want to reiterate this, they never give any kind of account of how it happened, right? They just said God did it.
Mhm.
That tells us literally nothing, like nothing. But they expect us to explain every little detailed process down to the every single atom and every single chemical molecule happening, but they make no attempt to explain how anything works, and then they just special plead to say, hey, we don't have to explain it, it's God. That's not an answer.
yeah. I wonder, is God made of watches?
Maybe. Well, if complex things are designed, isn't God complex?
Indeed.
Isn't he much more complex than humans?
Well, we do know where God came from. We answered that one. And this
Oh,
is another
yeah.
case where we have a better answer than the theist.
But isn't nil complex?
No, nil is
Okay.
nothing. Nil is nil. Nil chooses
gotcha.
to take the shape of a cosmic purple butterfly, but that's because nil seeks to be perceived as the most majestic being in all realities. but that nil is actually just nil. It's
Mhm.
you know, creation ex nihilo. You get it. You see what's happening here.
I get it. Yeah.
Down one in my humble, really humble, totally unbiased opinion, but you're welcome to it. So the question tonight, I've lost the question. It doesn't matter. Okay, I give my final answer.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Next question, and looks like it's just a question for both of you. So comes in from Frank Furter 63, $20 super chat. Appreciate the support for tonight's event. So here's the question: how come human beings still have Neanderthal chromosomes in our genes? So in other words, since it's a question for the both of you, you can think of it as which model best accounts for that. Erik, let's start. Or you know what, Kent, we'll start with you.
Well,
you just had the last...
he did the last one though.
Yeah, right, but since it's a question for both, you'll want to get the last word, Erik, because Kent just had the last word. So since it's just for both of you, there'll just be 2 responses. So let's have Kent start, then you can have the last word.
Okay, I get you.
Well, the question has a built-in assumption. Do we have DNA like Neanderthals? I think the Neanderthals
Really?
are the ones that were living longer.
Really? You're just going to say, no, we don't have Neanderthal DNA, even though we've got tons of studies that show that we actually do. No.
Never mind the science. I mean, that's his whole
Yeah.
thing, is never mind the science. But
Yeah.
the way he phrased that, it's even better than that. He said it's an assumption to say that we have DNA, or the Neanderthals had DNA. Like, what were they not DNA based, Kent?
Mhm.
What are we saying here? What's going on?
Because the eyebrow ridge continues to grow, the occipital bone continues to grow. I think they're just normal humans, only at great age. And the Bible teaches before right after the flood, people still lived to be 300 or 400. Before the flood, it was 900. So the Neanderthals might be just somebody who drowned in the flood. I don't think there's any.
But we found Neanderthal DNA, so we know that some people have it, some people don't. What?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. In fact, I remember I don't recall exactly when it was discovered, but it kind of broke into the lower tiers of academia, which would be like, school teachers kind of thing. Because it was my school teachers who brought it to my attention in the early 90s. And there was speculation at the time that since it was pretty much just Europeans who had tiny percentages of Neanderthal DNA, which tracks because we found the relics of Neanderthals in Europe. But there was this idea. Who doesn't? Everybody else?
No, African populations.
Yeah. Yeah, and since we have the out of Africa model.
Right.
Yeah. But what I was getting at is Europeans have this ethnocentric idea that they're the default normal and everyone else is a brown person. But when you look at humans from a, more high altitude vantage point, you see everyone is brown except the Europeans.
Yes.
They're the weird ones. And the Europeans are the ones with the Neanderthal DNA. So correlation equaling causation, it must be the Neanderthal DNA that causes the pale skin. Clearly. But that's what was floating around at the time.
Yeah, and so it sort of keeps in line with our ideas that humans originated in Africa. There were certain populations that went north and interbred with the Neanderthal populations, but the people left in Africa didn't do that. So they didn't end up with any of the DNA from the Neanderthal populations. And that completely fits with what we know about, I think it's haplogroup K was the original one from Africa, and then the other haplogroups sort of came off of that one. So, we're really talking about very good evidence that the out of Africa thing is true, but it wasn't like this, well, they left and it's all nice and neat and segmented. No, there was traveling back and forward and people breeding with these people and people breeding with the other people. It wasn't this nice, neat thing. No one's claiming that it ought to be. But Kent's idea is that sort of, humans are very segmented and they're sort of, but to sort of say, hey, this isn't true, it's just ridiculous. I don't understand. I don't understand why anyone would listen to this man.
Yeah, it's a mystery of the universe, like all those tiny watches.
Yeah.
In relation to an ape, So we probably have similar DNA if we have some, if, like I said, there's an assumption built into the question. But if we have similar DNA, again, why is there similar lines of code in this book and this book, you know, and all the books that I have in my library? That's the code with which you write English. So of course there's similarities, maybe even identical sentences in some of them. Could be whole paragraphs.
But again, the problem is that some humans don't have it. That's the problem. Some humans have 0 of Neanderthal DNA. That's the problem. He's not addressing the problem at all.
Well, you know, dodging is sort of,
Yeah.
it's part of the dance or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's not evidence of no designer.
Thank you, Kent. Erik, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Neanderthal thing. I mean, creationists have thrown out a bunch of really desperate cockamamie explanations for Neanderthals, like that they were just humans with rickets. We know that that's not the case. Neanderthals have enough diagnosable differences, like in their skeletons, that we know that they were subspecies of humans. For example, Neanderthals don't have a chin. Homo sapiens are actually, we're the only hominids that ever developed a chin. So if you look at the mandible, the bottom part of it sort of flares outward a little bit. That's what I mean by chin. Neanderthals don't have that. Homo ergaster didn't have that. Homo erectus didn't have that, so on and so forth. But as being as we are,
I broke him.
subspecies,
Donnie
are
fell asleep.
generally always,
Yeah, it happens.
there's genetic compatibility. So we have Neanderthal DNA in our genes, not chromosomes, but DNA in our genes, because we would have interbred with them. And we find that the Neanderthals lived in a different place. That's how they diversified and speciated. You have to have geographical isolation for that. And Homo sapiens developed in another place, in Africa. But eventually populations of humans that left Africa intermingled with these Neanderthals, had some babies. That DNA is still in us, but that DNA is completely absent in people from Africa that have whose ancestors have always lived in Africa. So that's how it got there.
You're a prophet.
And well done. Like, you know, he's doing a fantastic job. You might be, you know, sort of finding that information on the fly. He might know it. I don't know. But either way, look, a lot of the times, sort of when you go to university these days, they sort of say, you know, the best students are not those that know everything. They're the best students are those that can find the information effectively. That's who the best students are and the most knowledgeable people, you know. And don't be expected to give every single answer for evolution. It is a very complex, very wide field. Again, I might reiterate, we're providing evidence and they're providing literally nothing.
But there's copious amounts of nothing. Presented
That is
in
true. That is
a
true.
fancy way. Yes.
There.
Okay, thank you, Erik. All right, next one is for you, Kent. Silent Acoustics, $20 super chat. Appreciate the support. Kent, the scientific method is objective and fluid, whereas religion is incapable of evolving, understanding, and is biased. Don't you think science is our best chance at solving problems and understanding our world?
Obviously, a couple of assumptions built into that question.
Before he gets into his assumptions, Jester, Lord of Shenaniganery. I don't know. I think that may be a better name to Lord of Fools. It's just it's fun to say.
It is fun to say. And I've always liked shenanigans since that South Park episode where they're like, I'm declaring shenanigans. And then everybody's like, damn, I better get my broom. And suddenly they're all charging with a broom. It's just, I loved that episode. I really did.
Yeah. So Jester sends $2. Thank you so much. And says, but what is the percentage of tiny Rolex to Swatch? If I recall, I'm of a generation where watches pretty much only exist for pretentious assholes because we all carry tiny little timepieces with us everywhere we go anyway. So they're redundant. But if I recall my lore from the elders who preceded us, the ancestors, if you will, a swatch is a sports watch. They may have even been waterproof. I don't know that it's necessary to be waterproof if you are an atom that comprises one of the components of water. It's like, does water get wet? Can an atom, does it need to be waterproof? Is an atom already waterproof? Because water can't do anything to a single atom. Water can't penetrate it. It might be. I could build this argument. I could do that.
I don't know. That's good questions. Does anything... what does wet mean anyway? Like, it just means a covering of water. So can water get wet? Well, is it already wet by definition because water is covered in other water?
Does a straw have one hole or two? These are far more profound questions than this creationist bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think religion is incapable of evolving and understanding, and is biased. It definitely is biased. It absolutely is. I don't think even Kent would disagree with that. He'd probably acknowledge that it is biased towards God, and see no problem with that whatsoever. But religion is capable of evolving. The Catholic Church has evolved over the years. The problem is that the way it resists evolving, it resists being brought up to the times. Like, my example, the Catholic Church has been dragged kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Churches are usually at the last on the line for any socially acceptable behavior. They really have to be forced and prodded into not doing the heinous crap that they've always been doing. So I get the sort of accusation, but it's not that they're incapable, it's just they're resistant to change. They're very conservative things.
Yeah, but the evolution component is really, really fun because, like, as systems and ideas diversify, like the fracturing of Christianity, that's sort of like the Cambrian explosion of Christianity, because you can't ever have just one religion, even in a single area. It's going to fracture. People are going to come up with heresies and their own different ideas and so forth, and Christianity has always been that way.
Yeah.
But they fulfill certain social needs, or at least the perception of them, or perhaps they're more like a kind of parasite. They take advantage of certain things. Like, we could wipe out all viruses that affect humans today, and
So
by
it's
next week, there will be new viruses. It's niches have to get filled, sort of thing, something like that. So yeah, it's the branches of a faith that serve whatever those needs it's filling best get selected, which is kind of disturbing considering some of the dominant branches of Christianity. But there you go. The ones that don't fulfill their function, for lack of a better term, as well, don't get selected. They lose followers, and nobody else joins, and they go extinct. It's an evolutionary process. Fascinating from a sociological or anthropological.
Or if you're Jim Jones, you extinct yourself.
Yes, that was a non-viable branch. Oh shit! What did I do? What did I do?
Not a lot of future for a religion that sort of offers its own members.
Yeah. Oh shit! I am clicking all kinds of wrong buttons today. Why am I
click
like
all the things? All the things.
I know. I'm good. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. I'm trying to queue up a thing for the end of the show. Earlier today, I was off. I had an actual, like, professional person thing to go do. I produced an ad. It's a very short ad. It's less than 1 minute long, but it's like, the nonprofit I work with is working with a local theater company to produce Arsenic and Old Lace, a classic, beloved show kind of thing. And one of the sponsors of the show is a local liquor store. So they wanted to do like a joint ad that promotes both the show and the liquor store. And so we went and did that. But we had no planning, minimal equipment. I'd half an hour to shoot it in. I think it came out pretty well. So I just figured I'd show you folks, because it's only a minute long when we get to the end here.
Oh, I'd love to see it. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it a lot more than this creationist crap. So yeah, I'm here for it.
Little incentive to get people to stay to the end, because I need watch hours. We're okay for right now, but this channel's been in difficult shape for a little bit. So getting people to stay till the end would be helpful. It's a dirty trick, but I'm gonna do it. We're almost there though. We're at 151, and it's in the Q&A. So yeah, we'll get there.
I love science. The scientific method is observation. Is it observable, testable, demonstrable? Definition of science from the Latin word seer, to know. We know cows produce cows. We know that. We watch it. People have it all the time. We know you can get varieties of cows. We know there appear to be limits. 280 pounds a day is the most milk a cow's ever given. That's the world's record. There's a limit. Why don't you give 10 trillion tons a day? There's a limit somewhere. We do not know.
That makes me think there's an Amazon Prime show that I watch with the kids when all of them are home, which is increasingly rare. I think it's called Upload. But they have a genetically modified cow that's like 100 yards long, and the different udders produce different viscosities of dairy product. Like the udders that are closer up towards the mouth produce regular milk. It's like
I've
skim
seen
milk and
that.
whole milk. And
Is
what's
that the guy that died and he had his sort of, consciousness uploaded to a like supposed to be a perfect place, but it's really a capitalist, dystopia kind of thing?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, I like that show. That's a good show. Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's entertaining with all the weird twists it takes, and the cow is just a weird, freaky thing. Like the cow has VR goggles on for like why? It's wild, crazy. But yeah, you could hypothetically engineer a cow that can give way more milk, but we want them to like not die immediately,
That cows are related to potatoes and that cows evolved from a protozoa. We don't know that. So I love science. But the problem is evolution the religion of evolution has been so thoroughly mixed into science, people think it's part of science. I say beer is often sold at football games. Beer has nothing to do with football, and it doesn't become athletic by association. And evolution does not become science by association with science. The fact that it's mixed into the books is not evidence of anything. I think you'd find Hitler had a lot of propaganda in his books mixed in with real stuff, real science.
Oh, Godwin.
Yeah.
Hey, we made it almost 2 hours
Godwin's
before
Law.
Godwin, though. Yeah.
And Kent loves doing this side of stuff, these analogies that make no sense whatsoever. Like unlike football, we don't base segments of science on beer. Like we don't base the football on beer, which things like virology, it's based upon the theory of evolution. Like there's a whole bunch of things. I was talking to Dr. Dan Stone Cardinal about this the other day. Like there's entire sort of divisions of medical science that is based upon evolution, whereas nothing in football is based on beer. It'd be like if don't they use some sort of marker to mark how far the ball's gone? If that was a beer, or the in the rules you had to use a beer, that would be a more apt analogy. Then you'd say, well, beer isn't part of football. Yeah, but we've got things that in the game that are based upon it.
Yeah. Like, Gatorade isn't part of sports ball either, but there's that tradition of dumping the Gatorade cooler over the coach. Can't do that without Gatorade. I mean, I suppose you could with like water or something, but it's just not the same.
Not the same.
Hitler, Nazi propaganda. Or go to North Korea. They got all kinds of stuff, propaganda mixed into their books. Evolution is propaganda. It's a religion mixed into science.
So this is just mind-blowing because it's just an outright assertion. Like, to be propaganda, it has to serve a goal. What is the goal, Kent?
Yes.
Undermining Christianity?
Well, has to be a political goal.
Yeah. Like, what are we doing? He's just throwing terms out. It's a scary word. Everyone be terrified.
Evolution doesn't even undermine religion at all. It only undermines sort of Kent's, explicit claims that the world is a certain way. But instead of showing scientifically that he's right, instead he just throws out assertions like this. Like, why should we believe any of this? You're just saying stuff.
Yeah. Scary words. Be afraid. Be afraid. Shit, I'm hearing myself. I gotta stop opening new tabs.
So I think religion is incapable of evolving. I think people change their beliefs all the time. It's biased. I'm willing to look at any evidence. I've not seen any evidence tonight other than it must have happened long ago and far away. That's not evidence. That's a belief. You believe somehow, long ago and far away, the amoeba slowly turned. Oh, I got it. Slowly turned into everything. This is not science. This whole chart is nothing but propaganda and religion. Even if it later is proven to be true, at this point in history, as of 2024, none of this has been proven.
Praise Darwin. It's a religion. Hail Sagan. The prophet of the great. Knowing how things work, I get. Being able to make vaccines, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Our religion does produce miracles. That must make it the true religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
And it is the
monstrable
most supported.
cures.
It's one of the most supported theories in human history. Like, we have more evidence for the theory of evolution than we do for the theory of gravity.
Yeah. And we can, under very specific circumstances, we can bring back the fucking dead. Like defibrillators and ventilators, all sorts of gizmos and things. Miracles. Actual miracles. All this shit way better than God. Yeah.
It's all speculation. This is a religious belief. So religion is in.
I broke him again.
Well,
There's
that's
things in here I
his
think
thing. He just repeats the same thing. Oh, it's a religion. There's something, this has all been refuted. And this sort of straw man that he's doing, I like that Planet Peterson asked him if he thinks, how he thinks that what evolution biologists are saying, because this thing that everything came from an amoeba, that is not what they're saying. It's a straw man.
Yeah. And it's been addressed in this debate, but like you said earlier, Kent just keeps rehashing shit that he's already been corrected on to demonstrate how honest he is.
Oh, yeah.
Or need more explanation for the question to be any good. I don't know that it's biased. I think evolution is biased. He's his whole night there. We know evolution happened, so therefore, blah, blah, blah. I think teaching science is wonderful. I love science. I taught science 15 years. I'll take a quiz on anybody, against anybody on most of the facts of science.
How is he going to take a quiz on science when he doesn't believe in any of the science?
I just love how he just starts grandstanding in the middle of it like anybody cares, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like you're not on a clock now, Kent. You don't have 20 minutes you have to kill.
Well, I've noticed when people are like that, they're usually insecure. It's like Sal Cordova, and when he starts to have his sort of credibility questioned, he starts stating all of the things that he's done and all of the studies that he's worked on and starts listing stuff. It's only insecurity,
Yeah, for sure. Preacher's got to preach, I guess.
Yeah.
We know dogs produce dogs. We know that. We do not know dogs and potatoes are related. That's a religion. That's a belief. So solving problems, I think we should understand our world. I think the best understanding of the world is, wow, the best understanding of this pencil. Somebody had to design this. Who did it? Where? I don't know yet. I can find out probably. But I know somebody designed it.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Eric's subtly indicating that maybe Kent should,
wrap it up, because this is tired and old and it's like a broken record. It's terrible.
It really is. It's wild. So I can't remember whose stream it was, but maybe it was even in Gather. Link to Gather in the description, by the by. Come hang out with people offline. I try to drop in when I can. It's not often anymore, but sometimes you never know. Anyway, we've tuned into a stream from Genesis Baptist Church just to see what he says when it's just him and his followers. And it's this shit. He just repeats the same thing all the time.
Yep. And so it's not a surprise when Grayson went and visited the place. He said people were just falling asleep in the middle of it. Like, how many of these sermons could you go for where he's repeating this exact same stuff? Even if you accept what he says is true, you don't want, like, it is the exact same stuff over and over and over ad nauseum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised people are falling asleep.
Yeah. Kind of makes me think of, like, when I was years ago, when I lived in much noisier places. When I was over the road, for that matter, I'd often listen to an audiobook to help fall asleep. Unfortunately, I listened to audiobooks while I was driving too, so it kind of fucked up my mental wiring. But there were some stories I liked listening to better than others. Sometimes just hearing the same thing over again helps you drift off. Yeah.
Mm.
All the things about the world, but I love studying the world. I've taught it for years, and I love studying this world. It's amazing. I love studying anatomy and biology and physics. I love studying that stuff. And evolution has nothing to do with science. Nothing.
Thank you, Kent. Go ahead, Erik.
It was a remarkable shock to me that Kent said that in the future evolution might be proven to be true. I thought Kent would just forever and always proclaim that evolution is false, that we know it's false, and then it can't be true. So props to you, Kent, for that.
Oh, the look on Kent's face. He's like, you got me. He ain't happy about it. Yeah, and I would have loved to have built off of that, but I appreciate Erik's style of laying the smackdown and then moving on to what he actually wants to say.
Yeah.
It's very stylish, but I would have built into that. I've been like, now that you've admitted that we can know it's true, now let's look at how we do know it's true, you know?
The whole thing about I have to comment on this. Kent's phenomenally basic, rudimentary grasp of how science and English works is just incredible. The way you say that an if-then statement is circular reasoning, I have such secondhand embarrassment that you do that. Science is a way of doing things. It proposes hypotheses, and those hypotheses are like if-then statements. It's not stating the conclusion. You may believe that your hypothesis is true, but you have to test it. So you go out and look for the evidence. So if evolution is circular reasoning, then literally all forms of science are circular reasoning according to Kent. If gravitational waves exist, then we should be able to build a LIGO detector and find them with a laser that shoots at perpendicular angles. Well, you're just begging the question. That's circular reasoning. I just need to point that out to the audience, how utterly ridiculous that is.
Kent, go ahead. You can have the last one.
I didn't follow most of what he said. I don't think he did either.
Surprising.
I don't think he did either. So science is, look up the definition of science.
I followed what he said.
Yeah.
Everybody can follow what he said. That saying an if-then statement is not circular reasoning. It's not. So if you have a logical system and you say, because God is true, then he would make this. Because he made this, then God is true. That's a circular argument. If you are saying, if God made something, then we should see this. We see this, therefore God made it. Like, that's not a circular argument. Oh boy.
It goes to show on a deeper level his fundamental inability to understand things.
Yeah.
Like it illustrates why he thinks scientific concepts don't make any sense, because he's making these errors in logic, and because he can't wrap his head around the fact that maybe there's something he doesn't understand very well, he's projecting that onto everyone else. He knows he's making circular arguments, so he's assuming everyone else is too.
Yeah.
It's knowing based on observation, experimentation, and testing. You guys want to change the definition of science so that your religion matches it. It's not a way of knowing. I like science. Okay. Show me an observation where any animal produced something other than its same kind. And now there's 26 definitions of species. You want to go species, show me where does something make a new species? That's my whole point all evening. Evolution is something you believe. And you won't admit it. You believe.
Okay, thank you, Kent. That one was for Kent, so this one's for you, Erik. Zachary.
Oh, an unofficial Neil raid. I see. I wondered because our view counter increased by 30%-ish, roughly all at the same time. And I'm like, did somebody drop in? I've been trying to keep an eye on the YouTube side of the chat, but it didn't tell me, so I didn't know. So hey, cool beans. And yeah, good to see you too, Erik. It's been a minute. I know you've been busy, entertaining telephone people, but yeah, always good to see you. Oh, that's where Bree came from too. I see. That's neat. I do love Neil's show. A very important show. Also community oriented. But he he's cut it down to just Saturday evenings, so we're on at the same times now. So I can't drop in. Like he was doing Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays, so I could catch him now and then they cut off Tuesdays and then they cut off Thursdays, and I'm like, yeah. But hey, Mikey is going to be over here tomorrow for a Atheist
Cool.
Lives interview.
That's
So
awesome.
yeah. Hell yeah.
$20 super chat. Appreciate it. Planet Peterson. Assuming you are highly logical, if you know there is zero evidence that the material world has never been observed, writing 1 iota of DNA code de novo, how can you believe it is a natural process? Any thoughts on that?
What do you mean?
Speaking
Like
of
de
having a tenuous
novo?
grasp of the English language, what the hell?
Yeah. So if you're talking about like, so the sequence of DNA is sort of the code. So a new sequence is a new code. So if you get a substitution, for instance, just say you get a substitution mutation and it switches the places of a couple of segments of DNA code, that's a new code. Then that section is new. It didn't exist before. But what they want to say is, oh, but it took it from the original, what was there already.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you have a virus that retroactively transcribes into there, that's a new code. Oh, but that existed before. Yeah, because we're talking about evolution, not abiogenesis. Like that, but that's still de novo. That if I basically sort of copy and paste if then statements from a segment of code into a new thing, it's a completely new program. That's new code. It doesn't matter that it existed before because the sequence is the code. New sequence is new code.
Right. We wouldn't expect to see code just
Right.
appear from nowhere, except for plants when they do that polyploidy trick. But that's not new code. It's just duplication. But the whole point of evolution is everything is incremental change. It's tinkering with what already exists or recombining things that already exist. And that's how life has always worked, all the way back to whatever the fuck happened to trigger for abiogenesis to happen.
But it's kind of like, what do you expect to see? Something that isn't TACG? Like, is that what you expect to see?
It would be neat. Yeah.
Like a different enzyme. Like, what are you looking for here?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
If we did see new code pop out of nowhere and from nothing, that would be more in line with what we'd expect from creationism, like seeing new kinds of creatures just poof into being. That's what we would expect to see, and what we very much do not see.
That God decides that we need a volcano-resistant llama or something. So suddenly, boop, there's a completely new code for a volcano-resistant llama. That would absolutely prove that it was a god, but we don't see that.
Yeah. So this is another instance of another variant, if you will, an evolutionary change, perhaps, of the common creationist tactic of taking their own weakness in their argument and projecting it onto their opponent.
Yeah.
Is this so? There is no evidence that DNA has ever manifested itself from the environment all on its own. How can I believe that it's a natural process? Is that really? That is my best attempt at trying to figure out what the answer to this question is. So, in evolution, and origin of life, which isn't the same thing, but whatever, people treat it like it's the same thing. Life would have originated once on this planet. So the idea that it would be popping up today also just isn't built into the assumption. But in the chemical environment where the cycles that eventually produce the first living things, whether they're cellular or viral or whatever, that environment would obviously be highly competitive. So if the same sort of process, the same sort of process is going on today, but those chemicals and whatever products are being produced there, those are going to be competing with life that is established, that got established long ago. So those materials would be used up. So it's really not all that surprising that we don't find like DNA or RNA self-replicating in the oceans separate from life. But we have found, I'm not sure about nucleotides. I mean, I could Google it real quick. but we have found so many. We've found every single amino acid, for example, just in meteors and asteroids before.
Yes.
And comets, but yes, and nucleobases, not nucleotides, but
Yes.
details.
Mhm.
And ribose, which is kind of crucial to putting those nucleobases into any kind of longer molecule. But
And the components for RNA as well, because we found uracil as well.
mm-hmm. Yeah, shit just as came up long ago when we found the last nucleobase in a comet. And I reached out to Forrest Velkai. I said, hey, here's this breaking news. What's your take? And as Forrest pointed out, the fact that these things can spontaneously form in fucking space doesn't necessarily mean that panspermia is a thing, but that these form everywhere on their own, any way they can. So, of course, it's going to happen in a place like Earth where the conditions are extra fertile for them to thrive. It's weird. I know Maya's going to yell at me again, but it's weird to me that the creationists, or the religious people at least, don't make this argument that the fact that the universe seems to be set up to produce the building blocks for life spontaneously everywhere, that more than anything else makes it look fine-tuned. It's like the universe is keyed to just sprinkle life on every surface and see where it grows. But don't tell the creationists.
I don't think that's a good argument because
no,
we
it's
don't
just
know
better
if
than
the
theirs.
Well, yes, that's true. I mean, I've often said that the fine tuning is probably their best argument. It's not great, but it's the best they've got. Because we don't know whether universes can actually form any other way. This may be the only way that a universe can form. It may be that it's a 99.9% chance that a universe will form this way. We don't actually know. So I think it's a really, really terrible argument.
Yeah.
But it's the best they've got.
And then there's also the whole anthropic thing. We're here to observe the universe because the universe is the way for us to exist. And if it were different, maybe something would be here, but it wouldn't be us. And then to whatever is there, the only tweak to it is the possibility that something would arise, no matter what the conditions of the universe. But based on what we've observed, if you assume only the very base levels of physics that we've come to understand, like the laws of thermodynamics, for example. Laws of thermodynamics don't care about the force of gravity or the strength of magnetism, So those could be tuned however the fuck you want, and those will still obtain. Under just those very basic laws, life becomes inevitable. Some kind of life, because in order to process the downhill slide towards entropy, you're going to end up with high energy areas where life becomes a necessary mechanism to increase entropy faster than it could happen on its own. And on a planet like Earth, so close to a star like the sun, for example, you have to burn off more energy because you're constantly getting more in. Now, it doesn't work on every planet. Mercury it gets way more radiation, but it doesn't have the conditions. But it doesn't have the conditions to make this mechanism for burning off that energy viable. But everywhere it can work, it should work. And that would go a long way to explaining why we find nucleobases on fucking comets.
Yeah.
Come on. You can do it.
So a quick Google search just told me all 5 nucleobases that make up DNA and RNA have been detected in meteorite samples. So are we going to have a goalpost shift here? Does that not count because it's not DNA inside of a living thing doing stuff? Well, apparently the DNA molecule exists in nature separate from life. So there we go.
Yep.
Okay, over to you, Kat.
Okay, well, there is zero evidence that the material world has ever produced one piece of a DNA code. If you wish to believe it, which you do believe by faith it happened, okay, admit it's a belief. But the code is so complex, I don't think it could have happened without.
Well, there's also,
That's
I mean, not only do we
nothing to
find
do
the
with
pieces.
evolution.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
that's
this is
abiogenesis stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I'm gonna start growling like Doc Dino up in here.
Yeah.
My goodness,
It's totally
Like-
justified.
yeah, like we've found the pieces, and we know
Mhm.
that somehow life using those pieces happens. So, like again, to borrow from Forrest, it's like we have a 10-step process, and we know what steps 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are. We haven't quite found the exact proof for what steps 2 and 4 are, but we know the shape of them from the rest of the process, and we're confident we will nail down those other steps, you know?
Yeah, and Erik from Skeptics and Scoundrels has a really good point. Like, what's the evidence that a god created them from nothing? But I think
Yeah.
to that, Kent would say, well, I'm not asking for that to be sort of taught in schools kind of thing. So it's kind of, it's a tu quo quo kind of thing. I think that we have observed sort of evolution. This is just abiogenesis, which we don't teach in school as fact.
Yeah. It's that was one of my questions. As you know, as a child, I was full of questions. And the first time I was exposed to the concept of evolution, I was like, where did it come from, though? Like, did a god
Yeah, sure.
reach his finger down and zap the primordial ocean? Like, what we don't know. The only honest answer is we don't know. But the thing about that is, if there were an all-powerful, all-knowing being who talked to people, don't you think we should know?
Without a designer. I think if I examine any book in my library, I would find it is ink on paper, almost without exception. But the ink is arranged in a certain way to carry a code. The DNA is not just molecules, okay? It's arranged in a very specific way to carry information. This ink on paper is arranged in very special design called letters of the alphabet, and then the letters are arranged in very special called words, which are arranged in sentences and paragraphs. And so it's a really complex system to take ink on paper and make a code out of it. For the DNA to have this CATG in a certain sequence and carry information is amazing. I don't think it could happen by chance. Quite a few times tonight, Erik has said, we have found.
Well, it can. We've seen mutations happen in laboratory settings. It does arrange itself by chance.
Yeah.
But more
Absolutely.
than that, this is what I've been getting at throughout this whole thing. Kent is accidentally creating a whole new way to debunk himself, because he's asserting only God could be the author of DNA. In the same way, only Chuck Tingle could be the author of the Bible, because there's only one author of all books, you know? It's just, it's worse than his usual nonsense.
And plus, we don't like see books to get together and breed and produce a combination of two books.
That would be neat.
It would be cool.
I could get more books.
Right. And, you know, presumably if you leave the Bible next to, you know, a horror book, you'll get Zombie Jesus. I don't know. But, you know, like, we don't see that happening, Kent. You know, that's not how any of that stuff works. It's these analogies that get me. They're so bad. And I don't know. He really is just trying to appeal to his audience, because it's never going to convince somebody with sort of half a brain cell to rub together that this analogy is a good analogy, you know, that we're comparing motors to, you know, organics and books to DNA. Are you serious right now?
Yeah. It's yeah, as Rod Galt says, no matter how ridiculous any hypothetical we come up with seems, it's still more plausible than fucking magic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've talked to people who think that sort of aliens started, you know, life on Earth. I don't believe it. There's no evidence for it, but it is more plausible because we have seen natural things and intelligent organic beings in the world. We haven't seen anything resembling a supernatural god. So there's a lot more plausibility on aliens than there is on God. I don't believe it though, because there's absolutely zero evidence for it, and there's a lot of evidence supporting evolution and abiogenesis.
But Mark, have you seen the pyramids?
I have seen the pyramids, yes. They're very pointy, yes.
They are. What's your point? It's a pyramid. It's all point.
We know, we found, we formed. You didn't do any of that. What do you mean we, white man? Okay.
White
as far as
man?
finding, that was a joke from the other night at my seminar. Sorry.
Okay. I think you're white.
The,
Kent.
I'm not, I'm brown. But the meteor samples, if they contain these.
No, you're
elements
very
that
white, Ken. I don't.
Very.
Yeah. You're brown.
Yeah, random racism. Maybe it's a
Yeah.
callback to another joke, but pretty fair bet that joke was racist too.
Yeah, you know what? I really think that with his history of racism, Kent should avoid that kind of joke, quite frankly.
I don't think he can help himself. You know, like
No, I
how
don't
he
think he
randomly
can
threw
either.
out 57 genders earlier. Like, what are
Yeah.
you doing, Kent?
Mm-hmm. And I think Kent, he has the same jokes, so probably, none of them are very good. They're just terrible freaking dad jokes and stuff.
Yeah. Not even dad jokes.
He thinks he's funny, and the only thing that's funny about him is just how ridiculously ignorant and stupid he is. I mean, that's kind of hilarious, just how proud he is of getting the most awful argument, and he's just like, oh, I did well. That's actually hilarious. But he's not funny as in stand-up comedian makes good jokes funny.
It's weird how bad he is even as a grifter, because like this man actually has been canceled. Like that's a tool he could use. But I guess doing something semi-legitimately is just not in his nature.
Yeah, and most grifters will stay off the radar kind of thing. They'll pay their taxes and things like that so they don't get attention. He isn't even that smart. He's not smart enough to sort of not draw attention to himself. And he's a sovereign citizen. If you've ever seen his stuff, you'll know the sovereign citizen stuff of it. He uses the capital letters is not him. I've got video of that, of him doing the capital letters is a corporate entity that is not you. He's a sovereign citizen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of like the central hubris of being a creationist in the modern age, is saying, I know better than everyone.
Yeah.
You're saying that they contain. Do you know that it came from outer space and headed out there? Did it pick it up on the way through the atmosphere? Did it pick it up when it hit the ground? You don't know that it started that way in outer space. Do you know that the meteor didn't start from the Earth with an explosion, a volcano, or even the fountains of the deep breaking open? We don't know those things. But I'm just saying, in a court of law, I don't think that would hold up as proof enough to convict somebody that the meteor contains the elements for DNA. What this is an attempt to shift the goalpost to say, well, we don't know how life started here, so it must have been brought here from somewhere else. That's not an answer. That's shifting the goalpost.
I never made that claim. I don't believe in panspermia or anything like that.
Yeah, good. We finally found something we agree on.
Yeah. I mean, we have found DNA separate from life.
Did you see that? How Donnie just skips right past JL's question? Fucking rude. Ugh. Wowzers.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you can claim, well, what if the meteor actually started here on Earth and it went up and then it just came down? Again, what if unicorn farts? But is that the best explanation? I don't think so. So we'll just move on to the next one.
Okay, so this is a two-parter right here. Looks like it's one for you, one for Kent. Bridge the divide, $5 super chat. Erik, did you explain
Okay, I retract that. He did get to it.
how CTVT debunks his kind assertion? And Kent, do you believe faith is an epistemological tool? Epistemology being, from my understanding, the study of how we know something. And
So that's good use of a super chat. Double questions. Yeah. And they're going to get into it, so I won't over-explain it, but it's interesting that JL brings up CTVT because that's an argument that Mr. Anderson, the lawyer,
absolutely pummeled Kent with. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like kind of come full circle. Like that argument was designed specifically to target Kent, and here's JL asking Erik if he's brought it up, apparently not aware that it was originated. It's like a custom tailored retrovirus aimed directly at Kent.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it amuses me.
Erik, you know what CTVT is?
I do. Kent, do you know what CTVT is? Canine transmissible.
It's been 200 years ago that I heard about that, and that's not something I can quickly call to mind, so I can look it up. But,
No,
Sure, it
it
never got
wasn't. It
brought
was
up.
this year.
Yeah.
It was this year. It was Mr. Anderson. It was this year. It was like only a few months ago, wasn't it? Like this. Am I losing track of time?
It was definitely fairly recently, because like Mr. Anderson has
very
been
recent.
missing for a couple of weeks. I've heard he's appeared on people's live streams, but he hasn't put out like new stuff on his channel in a
Well,
couple
that's
of weeks.
okay. I mean, he's very busy. He is a lawyer, so he has
Yeah.
real work as well. So that's totally.
Oh yeah, actually, I don't know how much he's disclosed about his own work, so I won't go into it. But there's certain things happening in Canada that directly interact with his professional work, and so he may be extra busy.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's canine transmissible venereal tumor. So when you say dogs always produce dogs or whatever, a dog is not a unicellular parasite, right? But canine transmissible venereal tumor is. It's a cancerous tumor that comes from dogs, but it's separate from the dogs. The chromosomes are so completely different, and because it's cancerous, it functions as a single cell thing that just makes copies and it grows as this cancerous tissue.
Yep.
Now it requires a host, but it's still a living thing. Any parasite is still a living thing, even though they can't exist without a host. So canine transmissible venereal tumor comes from dogs, but it isn't a dog. So that's the.
It is a dog producing a non-dog.
Yep. The dog producing a non-dog. He sounds like he's taking his headphones off to ask the time. Can I say we're out of time?
Yeah. Well, I only agreed to 2 hours, Donnie.
He's got it. That's one of the things that he does. The other one is saying, "Oh, I don't understand what you're saying. You're coming through really bad." Like when someone's talking on the phone. I'm sorry, boss. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. He actually once said to me, like, "I can't understand you with your accent," and I just went, "What?" Like seriously, I don't.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to be charitable because I was a brand new truck driver. I was cruising back and forth in the American Southwest. And here in New York, I occasionally get accused of being from Texas because I say howdy.
Mm-hmm.
Although technically I am a former Texan. I had to get my Texas driver's license to start that CDL program, but details. So in Arizona, New Mexico, one of those places, I went into a truck stop, went to buy my coffee and so forth. And the person running the cash register asked me, will that be all or whatever? And I said, nope, I'm all set. And she just looked at me funny and she said, I'm sorry. So I said, nope, I'm all set. And we went back and forth a couple of times, and she said, "I'm so sorry, I can't understand you with your accent." So I put on my Hank Hill and did a Texan, and I'm like, "I'll tell you what, here, darling, I don't," and she understood. I'm like, I understand. I get it that like people from the Northeast, we sound like we're either from Wisconsin or Boston. There is no in between, but it's one of those. But to not be able to understand what I'm saying, wild.
Yeah.
I don't know. We should all just learn Spanish. It would be so much easier.
Esperanto.
Yeah.
A
language.
Esperanto?
I'm familiar with the concept. It was a created language designed specifically to facilitate universal communication.
Correct, yeah. And I must admit, I didn't learn it. I'll
no
be
one.
honest. I thought it was a fantastic idea and everyone should learn it, and I did not learn it.
It's literally just a few UN ambassadors and William Shatner.
Yep.
That's it.
But I wonder why. I mean, he's got a communicator. I don't know, universal
Yeah.
translator. But sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Erik. And then your question, Kent, about faith and epistemology.
Yes, I think that we have a great deal of faith involved in a lot of things that we do research on. If I dig a hole in the ground, and like here in our gravel pit, we find gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. We find a sequence all over the place. We find the same sequence all the way to North Carolina. Gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. We have 7 layers of gravel here. I think by faith, I could move over 5 feet, dig another hole, and find the same thing. I don't know. I didn't dig a hole yet,
That's
but I think
not
faith
faith.
is part of science and learning.
Yeah.
That's not faith.
It
Not in
sounds
the way that
awful.
you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely. It's expectation based on evidence. Oops.
Right.
But it sounds very much like Kent is referencing some kind of, I don't know, structure to the underlying geology, almost like there's I don't know, a cylinder perhaps. The geological cylinder. Yes, we'll go with that.
If we see 2 cars collide at a certain velocity and everybody dies, we could conclude if it happens again, the same thing would happen. But I don't have to see it happen every time. I think, yeah. So if I understand the question right,
Well, that's sort of the opposite of what Kent is arguing
That's
for.
the opposite. Yeah. Faith is the not seeing it happen and believing it will. So, I don't know how you would say, well, under these certain circumstances, this happens. If it happens again, it's just faith that it'll happen again. That's basically induction. That's not faith, or at least not my definition of faith anyway.
It's kind
not
of worse than that in a way, because he's saying, okay, we've seen 10 car crashes at 70 miles an hour head-on collisions, and everyone has died all 10 times. But we don't know that the next 70-mile-an-hour head-on collision is going to kill everyone involved. In fact, I believe they will all not only live, but win the lottery. Now, we've never seen it, but we don't know that they'll all die, so I'm going to believe this other thing that has never been observed instead. It seems like a good idea to me. It sounds reasonable.
And it's really weird when you sort of take what he's saying, which is a reasonable confidence based upon evidence, is what Kent is describing as faith right now, and apply it to, well, you just have faith in evolution. Well, if that's what you mean by faith, then yes, but it really undermines your point that there's no evidence for evolution, because you're describing a reasonable expectation based upon the evidence gathered. Well, yeah. It's so weird. It's kind of like it's kind of weird to hear him say, well, you've just got faith in this, and then describe faith as something that we can be confident about. He's using 2 different definitions in each of them. I mean, Kent just conflates all the time. And in this one, he's just conflating between 2 different versions of faith. When it's evolution, faith is bad. You have no evidence. It's just a guess. It's just nothing that you have anything for. When it's faith is applied to other things, it's confidence based upon evidence and rational reasoning.
Yeah, it's
so
equivocation.
How does this man get this dishonest? Like, seriously, it's
Practice.
incredible. Yeah, a lot of practice.
A lot. 367, if his slide can be believed. The equivocation, it's like the left foot of the Hovind hustle.
Yes.
I think faith is important. Certainly, Erik demonstrated a lot of his faith tonight. He believes somehow long ago and far away, single-cell
That's
creature
right,
could learn how to
Chris.
do something that no single-cell creature today could do. He said life originated only once, and it can't happen again. Well, that's great faith and a real handy cop-out. There's plenty of scientists in the laboratory. Do it again. Make it happen. Make life in the laboratory.
All right. Let's give Kent the last word there, and then you can have the last word on this one, Erik. So, and I think this will be the last question we get to, and I think we did pretty good on these questions. So for those who didn't get their question answered, stay tuned for round 2 between Erik and Kent. Maybe you'll get your question there. So 2-part question, one for each of you. Nathan, KB, $10 super chat. Appreciate the support. Kent, let's start with you. And for Kent, do you believe in sola scriptura? Not really the topic, but we'll give you the opportunity to answer. And for you, Erik, if evolution is true, why do you exist? Kent, let's start with you.
Remind me of the Latin sola scriptura means only the scripture.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I had to
any
look that
doctrines
up.
that a Christian would.
What?
It's scripture alone. It's scripture
Yes.
alone, basically. It means that the Bible is the sole source of authority, basically. It's only by scripture. So Catholic and stuff believe in the authority of the church. May just believe in the authority of the Bible and the Bible alone. But what's the first thing? If evolution is true, why do you exist? Evolution? I don't.
Yeah, like what is he trying to say there? It's not very
Yeah.
clear.
would hold to are based on scripture alone.
I'd have to be cautious answering that one. I do believe the scripture.
Isn't he a minister? He preaches
Yeah.
every fucking. How does he not? He knows this.
Because he doesn't even preach. He just says this tired crap again and again.
Like, he understands how to do the Jesus thing exactly as well as he knows how to do the science thing.
Scripture is true and preserved and written by God and inspired by God, written by man. And I think it's true every verse. I think Satan's tried to twist it ever since the beginning, from God hath said to hath God said, and he's twisting it today with all the Bible perversions. But no, there's more ways to know than just Scripture. Okay, we know the acceleration of gravity has nothing to do with Scripture. No, we know that from physical experiments. But I don't know for
That's
sure what he's driving
not what they're talking about. They're talking about the authority. Is the Scripture the sort of authority, or is it gained through religious institution? Like, he doesn't even understand what the hell he's talking about.
I mean, does he ever?
Well, most evangelicals believe in sola scriptura, that the Bible is the word of God that's inerrant and absolutely true, right?
Of
Rather
course.
than something like the Catholics that believe that the Pope is the messenger of God on earth and his job is to interpret the Bible for followers. Like, this is basic stuff, but yeah, you would hope that a pastor understands this. And it's kind of embarrassing that Donnie understands it and Kent doesn't. That's really embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. Lots of secondhand embarrassment in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. I don't know whether to be optimistic or pessimistic about it, because I'm not sure how it's going to fall out, but there is a growing movement within Christianity. Just like the Protestants rejected the Pope and went strictly to the Bible, there's a growing movement to reject the Bible and just go with vibes based on
personal, personal relationships. Yeah.
And the justification is actually in some ways Frank Turek's fault, because one of Frank's 4 proofs how do we know Christianity is true is the fact the New Testament exists proves there were followers before the New Testament was written. And somehow therefore Jesus, whatever. But
okay.
Now these I guess no scriptura followers, they're saying the first Christians didn't have the New Testament, so you don't need the New Testament to be a Christian, and they're correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm amused anyway. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad, but it sure is fun.
Well, from an outside view, you're like, yeah, they were Christians, but they didn't believe the same things modern Christians do. That's the thing. Like, they're different form, but they have to believe that they've got an unbroken chain all the way back to Jesus, then their disciples kind of thing. So they can't say that those people back then weren't the real Christians, because that would break the chain of authority back to Jesus.
Yeah. And we're just gonna pretend all the various heretics, the Coptics and the Gnostics and all those. Those people, they were never there. They're paying no attention to the corpses behind the curtain.
Yeah.
I do believe the Scripture is absolutely true. I believe it's true about the future too, Eric. You're going to die and face God one day. Maybe that doesn't bother you.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Eric, over to you.
Kent always does this.
If evolution is true,
yeah. I'm gonna preach, but not preach because I'm bad at it.
Just threaten, yeah.
Why do I exist? So, why did the vase fall off the shelf? Because an earthquake happened. That's a that's a way you can explain cause and effect for a why, or maybe by why they mean what is the reason or purpose. Like there's like a teleological aspect to this. I don't believe that the universe has a teleology. I don't think I exist for an eternal future after I die. But even if that were true, I can imagine an infinite number of different afterlives. So like Kent's cute, vague threat against me and what's going to happen after I die. Kent has no idea that the boogeyman isn't really God and that the boogeyman has one rule. All people named Kent Hovind go to hell forever. He has no idea if that's the case or not. It's not provable. There's also no good reason to believe it. So I would say for Kent, like the same reason he's not scared of the boogeyman afterlife is the same reason I'm not scared about his afterlife.
Okay, I'm going to sneak this one in. I almost forgot. It comes in from Pi 3.14, $20 super chat. Appreciate the support. It's for you, Planet Peterson. We have between 24 and 273 species going extinct each day. How long will evolution take to replace these?
The idea that we know what the rate of speciation is just like pretty silly. In environments where niches open up, you see this also this happens like with technology and in the market, right? When cell phones first became a thing, the market was flooded with huge numbers of different kinds of cell phones. Whereas today, everybody pretty much has a Samsung phone or an iPhone. There are a few others, but that's about it. We saw this with airplanes in the early 20th century and auto manufacturers. There were, like Ken probably knows about this because I think he said his dad was like an engineer or something like that. There were huge numbers of them, but then eventually, we just have the few that we have today. Yeah. But anyways, sorry. I like to do tangents like that. But there's no such thing as the rate of speciation after extinction events and things like that, or when a new niche is exploited, or when a new environment is sort of available for organisms. They diversify because there are lots of niches that can be fit in that environment. But other times, if you have stability, then there's this concept called stabilizing selection, which is kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So some organisms in some environments that are stable, there's no need for a high rate of speciation or even evolution of really any kind, because if it's natural selection and survival of the fittest, if the environment isn't undergoing dramatic changes, then the organisms that live there fit well in that environment, and there isn't selective pressure to change. I mean, even Kent would agree with that, because I know Kent doesn't believe in evolution to the extent that I do, but he agrees that natural selection is a thing that acts on animals, and plants and whatever else.
And I want to point out that a lot of those species going extinct is because humans are fucking with it.
That's
because
us
humans
doing that.
Yeah, we cut down forests, we poison environments, we do some horrible crap, and we destroy ecosystems, and that's the reason why it's so high, which isn't sort of a natural thing to happen. I mean, I'm not saying it's supernatural, I'm saying that it's artificial extinction event. So how long will it take to replace that? Well, it depends how long humans are doing their extinction thing.
Yeah, maybe if we stop destroying the world, then we'll get some new species. I don't know. We'll see.
But that's when Planet Peterson, we start to regrow forests. That's then a new environment that can be exploited, and you'll see a flourishing of diversification, right? And not all of them will survive. Some will not win in that circumstance, but we're talking about a long time.
Yeah, humans act a lot faster than the world does, whether it's geology or zoology or any other ology, like all the natural processes. That's the whole reason we evolved the way we did, is we're faster than the world can adapt around us. That's our adaptation.
Thank you, Erik. Kent, any thoughts on that one?
I'm curious where the numbers came from. How many go extinct every day? I wouldn't question that there certainly are creatures going extinct, as far as we know. It's hard to prove the extinction of anything, like I said. But let's assume this number is true. Pick a number: 200 species go extinct. The question, how long will it take evolution to replace those, is a really good question. He believes, by faith, that every kind of creature in the world, all of them, came about by evolution. The ostrich, the human, the dinosaur, the sunflower, all of them came about by random chance.
Wouldn't it be fun, first of all, not random chance, but second, if Kent were proposing only some of them evolved, because he kind of is proposing that.
And plus, like, if those creatures are going extinct, how long will it take for God to poof more into existence?
Yeah. What about other past extinctions? Where was God poofing in new creatures?
Yeah.
Very peculiar.
From a single-cell creature of some kind, which came from a warm little pond, which came from hot rocks cooling down. This is a religious belief, and I think you misunderstood me. Even if this later proves to be true, and I don't think it ever will be, none of these lines on this paper represent science. They represent imagination. So how long will it take evolution to replace them? Getting a new variety of potato or a new variety of a crop
Yeah, he's
His
just.
footage is a broken record.
We should have put a counter up for how many times he repeats this bullshit.
Maybe we should be playing bingo because
Right?
yeah, that would actually be fun.
Oh, where's Al? I know Al was here earlier. I don't know. I think it's Dr. Tap who makes the bingo cards, and
Okay.
you know,
Well, I mean, there's a ton of bingo creation stuff. I can always hit him up. But I mean, I did want to get for next episode Godless Engineer, if he's available, of course, because he was interested in coming on and doing one with us. And he has a debate against Kent as well. We could make a bingo for that one if you want.
yeah, that's quite
Maybe
possible.
we can do a poll. Would everybody be interested in a what could we call it? A hove dingo? What am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. Well, I'm certainly not going to call it a kingo because seriously, there's nothing kingly should be associated with that man. But
Katingo. Okay, I'll steal that one.
Bingoven. Hovingo. No, I like Hovingo. No, I'm with you, Akaris. I'm with you. I like the Hovingo.
Oh, fine. Hovingo it is. Yeah. Okay, and we'll start the poll. And while that's cooking, I will show you all the promised brand new commercial.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Love it.
Right. Here we go. I need to add it to the screen, don't I?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, that would help.
I need more coffee. Or go to bed.
Yeah,
one of those. One of those.
Well,
all
is
right.
midnight there, isn't it?
It's pretty close, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now here we go.
Happy it's been. Why do you look good? Oh, Martha, what a charming establishment.
Oh, how wonderful. Look at everything.
Would you look at all of this wine?
I had no idea. Oh, would you look at that?
Only 7 more to go.
Oh, but look,
It's an elderberry wine. I've never seen any such thing sold at a store before other than the one that I made.
well, I'm sure yours is so much better, but perhaps we should have some on hand just in case.
Oh, that's a great idea, Abby.
All right. Oh, I wonder how this tastes.
And I wonder if it's as much to die for as my elderberry wine.
Oh, Martha, you're so clever.
How much do you think we should get? Well, I suppose a case.
Yee.
Yay!
Not bad for I produced it. The professional side of me is like the audio is awful and there was no camera stabilization and I had the wrong lens because I had but all things considered,
Yeah.
I think it's all right. Yeah.
It's all right. I think the voices are a little shrill. It's hard to understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
That would be my one sort of thing that stood out to me if I wanted to, criticize it. It's like, it's a little bit shrill. I would have preferred them to tone it down a notch, but how long did it take you?
We filmed it in half an hour, and then I spent a couple hours editing it. Part of it was trying to make the voices more hearable. We took 3 takes of that part, and I don't know if it was being recorded or if that's just the way they act or whatever. But they just kept doing that, and I'm like, please don't do that.
Yeah,
but yeah,
maybe it's their method or something.
It could be.
No idea.
Because it's kind of they winged the whole thing.
But just an afternoon, that's a really good job. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's been
Oh,
there's fireworks. I see. At fucking midnight.
Okay.
Are you? So at the end of my road, there's a racetrack, and traffic has been a nightmare all week because at the end of October they do a week long thing, and I guess they're doing end of season tonight. So the good news is the traffic will be normal tomorrow. The bad news is I didn't know they had fireworks tonight. If I had, well, it probably wouldn't change anything. But if I had, and I don't know. As those of you who've been around a while know, I like to fly my drone around fireworks to get like a 360 of the whole scenery and whatnot. And I've done it in Oswego before, but it was fireworks over the bridge, not fireworks right across the street from me. So,
Mhm.
But yeah. Okay, let's
You've got
first,
a super chat? Yeah.
Yep. First thing first. Jester, Lord of Shenaniganery, for $2 says, it looks almost like a charity production. It's true. It's yeah. And Fern, you're right. They are actually kind of it. I don't know. One of them has been a part of Arsenic and Old Lace before she moved to the area, and the other one, just kind of, I don't know. It's almost typecasting. It's really cool, and it makes a bit more sense. That was Snoop Dogg on the label. The joke is it makes more sense if you know the show. They commit 26 crimes, and so since the wine is called 19 crimes, they say only 7 more to go. Inside jokes, but it's an old show that people around here have seen a million times. So yeah. They did that with a couple of different things, but mostly they were just winging it because there was no script. So fun times. All right, the poll is complete, and because I pushed the button to make it complete, and the there's actually a winner. 54%
lost another poll.
Oh, that's why he doesn't come around anymore.
Yeah, probably.
He lost a poll and said, "Oh, fine. I'm clearly not welcome here."
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because he's afraid I'll bring up the one-way speed of light again. Not that I. Yeah. Well, magnets too, but like the one-way speed of light is like my personal kryptonite attack form or something. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I probably dissed Neil deGrasse Tyson at some point and pissed him off. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, it looks like we will do Hovingo.
Hovingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, see if John's free. He really did express interest, so hopefully he's free. I would love to watch one of his debates, absolutely. And having him on, he was really keen, so I would really love him to be there. He's such a nice guy. So yeah, that would be fantastic. But if we do Hovind again, we'll try. We'll definitely have the Hovingo because I understand people find him frustrating. Why does anybody point? We point at him and laugh. He is the circus clown of creationist apologetics. Donnie's the ringleader. He's the clown. Let's face it.
Well, now I'm thinking back to another old video. I did a 7-part series on Erik Hovind at one point, and in one of them, I photoshopped him up to be an actual court jester type. It was pretty fun, But yeah, it's genetic, I suppose.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe following in his father's footsteps.
That's right.
Hopefully he doesn't do everything following his father's footsteps, or else, he's probably beating his children. So yeah.
Yeah, that would be suboptimal. Oh wow. So yeah, that's pretty much gonna do it for tonight. Thanks everybody for joining us. Before we go, what have you got coming up for the rest of your birthday, Mark?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about doing a birthday stream. I was going to do it Tuesday, which is Monday night your time, I think. So I'm thinking about doing that. If just hang out, chat, play some games like Gartic Phone or something. If I feel real silly, I might dress up as Hovind. I don't know. Like I'll just hang out for a little bit. Anybody's welcome to come. That's fine. And on my Wednesday or Tuesday night, I will have Aimbot is back on. And last week, my wife joined me on Aimbot. It was really good. It gave my voice a rest, and it was really a good conversation. So I really enjoyed having her on because I like my wife. My wife is awesome. It's just she's such a soft-spoken person. It's really hard to like. We're going to try and work on getting her mic up to an audible level because she's so soft-spoken, which is just gorgeous that she doesn't really yell or is loud and obnoxious like me. She's very civil and soft-spoken, so that makes sense. On Friday I do have fundamentalist fails. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but that's okay. Last time I had a taco fundamentalist
Yes.
fails where that taco, like, I love how David Wood starts out. The taco, it's everything, it's all this new stuff. There is nothing new in there. Like, there's zero new. He must have a different definition of new than I do, because all of those arguments have been done to death. So, but it was interesting having them in one sort of contained thing was good. But yeah, that's basically what I'm after. And then back at my channel next week. Yeah.
Hell yeah, absolutely. And as for
Yeah.
me, as you all have heard throughout the show, tomorrow Mikey Famine will be over
Yeah.
for Atheist Lives. Should be a really good time. Doc is restarting Creation Science Theater. I'm not sure what time. He didn't actually specify, but that's happening. But
If it's afternoon, I probably won't be able to make it, because anywhere from 1 to 5 in the afternoon is 1 to 5 in the morning for me. So it can be a problem.
yeah,
People aren't upside down friendly. People are not upside down friendly.
It is a difficulty. There's also a lot going on Sundays, but that's a whole thing in and of itself. Thursday, of course, I'm over on the transpositions for Good News, and
Yeah.
I know there's more. I can't think of it though. It's fine. I'm around. For
Well,
ease
hit
of
the
use,
bell.
because hit the bell in
Hit the
case
bell,
of
and
random
then
live
you'll
streams.
see if she has anything on. You'll be notified. Ideally, if YouTube decides to work, which we all know
Yeah.
it does perfectly, because the algorithm is a beautiful thing. All hail algorithm.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think I found my religion.
there you go. We
Yeah.
all serve the algorithm.
We all serve the algorithm. Yes, I am a slave. I am part of the flock of the algorithm.
I know, and
It really-
people are just starting to do a rebellion against it, but
Oh,
that's
how are they
a whole
rebelling
thing.
against it? Oh, okay,
It's
well, I'm unaware
yeah,
of
a lot of the bigger creators, like Jesse Earl and some others, have been getting predatory copyright claims, and YouTube itself has been mean, and just a whole bunch of bullshit all at once. And they're like, we need to unionize. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
I've
We'll see how that goes.
I haven't had a lot of. I mean, I get the occasional copyright claim. I just push back on it, and it's fine. It takes 2 seconds. I don't find it a problem. I can understand if I was a much bigger creator and I had very little time, it would be annoying. But in every job, you're going to have annoying paperwork that you've got to do. I just see it as a cost of, running a channel. Basically, maybe it's something, because I mean, when you're working for, like, especially people that work in government agencies, they're just paperwork of all kinds of nonsense stuff that just happens. You just comes with the job, basically. So
Yeah, well, I'm a driver and I do so much fucking paperwork. It's
yeah.
Yes, Legume, you are once again unlucky.
Yeah.
It is the end of the stream, but the good news is, stream will continue to be available for rewatch, and this has been one of the more fun ones. This in the
Yes.
first part, it's been a trip, and thanks for everybody for coming and hanging out with us and dropping amusing and enlightening comments. It's why we do lives. It's so much fun. Yeah. So as always, like, subscribe, join the Patreon, go to betterthanember.com for all my assorted links, and remember, you don't have to say the same thing over and over and over to justify your nonsense and sell your DVDs, because you are better
How
than
much-
religion.
How much it is?